And we're streaming.
All
So,
right, checking. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
okay.
Okay, this is Derek Talley with Douglas Dietrich. How's it going, Douglas?
Oh, terrible. It's terrible. It's going terribly. So what I'm going to do is go into the computer and do what I can. What I'm going to do is get this laptop here on top of this kind of like table affair that I've created for myself. And there we are. Oh, God. So it's finished checking the disk. So the computer might work after all. Right now, my computer is in total meltdown. I believe it's, on its way to death. And so I need a new computer as well as a new monitor. Everybody, I need your support monetarily. It's that simple. So, anyhow, it looks like this isn't going to stop. It's just checking the disk over and over again on this other computer. So it's not starting. I've got this other computer that I'm working with, the laptop, which is just unworkable, but we'll do what we can. So we're on, and the only thing that I think of that I can do is to go to YouTube, and because I'm not even remembering how I'm supposed to be doing this right now with everything that's ongoing. And what I'll do is I go to YouTube, and then I'll go to my channel. And I've got this stupid little thing on with the Skype that I've got Derek on that keeps getting in my way of visibility. I see that we are on, but that's not what I was looking for. Okay, what am I looking for? Here we are. So this should be on right now. Unsupported resolution, elapsed time. Okay, and Marcus Crick says take a breath. Yes, I know, it's hard to do that. And so I want everyone to know that my computer is in total breakdown and I can't see the screen. So I'm operating blind. And
So everybody go to douglasdietrich.com and hit that donate button. Let's help Douglas get a new computer.
yes, I need a new computer and a new monitor, and altogether this is going to cost a lot of money. So everybody put your thumbs up on the video as well. That always helps. And let me turn on the... and altogether, this is going to cost a lot of money. Okay, so everybody turn that off. And what I see going on with the computer is that it's dead. It's awful. It keeps doing this disk verification, and then it says it's going to start again. It says it's finished checking, and then it just starts checking the disk again.
Okay, when it starts again, press F1.
Okay, well, I don't have time to do that right now. I've got to get these links up. So let it keep doing what it's doing while I try and take care of this. All right, let's see now. Let's try and get this going. And at least I have you with me here. And what was it I didn't do? I didn't do what I was supposed to do, which was get the stupid share link. All right, and let's press the share, get that. Okay, here we are. Now I've got that. Then I'm supposed to test that. Okay. Here we are. Let's test that. We're already heading towards the top. And everybody's hearing me. All right. Test that. Okay. Okay, so that works. So now I can stick these links up, and this takes forever. And this is the worst part of the program. So now you can take over and start talking for a bit. Just tell everybody, what's been going on with you.
Well, today I went and got some CBD oil for the first time. Last week was my first full week of treatment. I do my chemotherapy on Monday, so I got to wake up tomorrow morning and be there at 8 in the morning for the chemotherapy. But luckily, I'm only 8 miles away from the hospital. But they have my chemotherapy and my radiation spread way out, so that my chemotherapy's 8 in the morning, and then my radiation's not until like 5:15 in the evening. So they told me to come straight down after my chemotherapy because the chemotherapy is just right upstairs from the radiation. They told me to come downstairs when I finish my chemo and see if there's an opening so that I can just do everything at once and not come back. So today I went and bought some CBD oil. Douglas sent me a couple of videos of some very interesting, cures, or not cures, but, very interesting things having to do with cancer being eliminated from the body and, pretty much curing cancer. But getting rid of it out of our bodies for the most part. And so I watched the videos and I went and got me some CBD oil. And there's some other stuff that I need to get, but that was what I was able to get today. I got 120 grams. And I also, as far as it goes to my pain, I could feel my pain going down because I took one Advil, one Tylenol, uh, like a couple of milliliters of that CBD oil where you put under the tongue. And then I went and it got me a joint, but it was a CBD joint that I bought from the store. I paid taxes on it. This is Tennessee. Weed isn't legal here in Tennessee,
Wow.
but it's allowed to have like only so much, like a very minuscule amount of THC. So and she kept calling it a flower. She wouldn't call it a bud or a weed. But
Wow.
I guess for legal purposes, she kept saying flour. So I thought she was talking about actual flour. You know, like, oh, you guys make flour? Well, I could go bake me a cake with some of this weed flour or something, this hemp flour. And she said, no, it's our little buds here. So she sold me a bud in a little glass jar. And then I seen she had some already rolled. I said, well, what about that already rolled stuff? That way I don't got to go get me some Swisher Sweets and try to find me a razor blade and cut it open and sprinkle the stuff on the inside. Yeah, give me that already rolled stuff. So she told me one already rolled one in a vial. So I smoked it. And the good news is my headache went away. The bad news is it smelled so loud that then my wife went and got some this real cheap uh, horrible smelling. I don't know whether it's perfume or some kind of air freshener, but sprayed it in the air and turned the fan on. And so the good news is my headache went away, and the bad news is it's back.
Right. Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, geez. That's too bad. Well,
It
I've got a
stinks.
headache now. And what I'm wondering is that we'll get to this in a second, but it's the top of the hour now. It's a minute thereafter. We're officially starting the program. My computer is in total crash. And now you said push the F1. You have experience with this? This has happened to you before? Is this how you know about this?
Yeah, it actually happened to me yesterday with the computer at the pool, and there was a thing that said press F1 and press F2. So the computer, what the computer I had yesterday when it crashed, I pressed F2, and F2 takes it to a setup screen, and it gets stuck there to where you can't get out of the setup screen. So I had to restart it again, and when I restarted again, I pressed F1. And then that's when it took it back to the beginning. So that was with my experience with the computer yesterday that I had to deal with yesterday. So I don't know if it could be the same with yours.
Okay, so let me try it. So you said do this when it gets to what? When it says something? When it says the death that the what? That the
Can you restart it? Can you just like restart it, and then as it restarts, press F1 when it gets up on that first black screen?
Okay, okay. So just shut the computer down and restart it, is what you're saying. Is
Yes.
what I should do. Okay, so everybody, I'm not going to be sounding very well on this microphone because the microphone is as far away from my mouth as possible, actually. And so the good news is that we have Derek with us, and he can spell me while I go get some headache medicine of my own. And what I'm doing is shifting, turning the computer off. I'm going to try and see if I can hear that it's off. There we are. So it should be off, and I'll wait a few minutes, and then we'll start it again. In the meantime, you can hear me, right, Derek?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is go on talking. I want to thank everybody for their patience with what's going on. It's just a nightmare, of course, like it always is. But it's even worse tonight than usual. And so here, let's start this again and see if that works, or if I get the blue screen of death or something like that, which would not surprise me. So hopefully what Derek says, so when it goes to black screen, it says starting Windows. So I may not need to press the F1. Let's hope it starts conventionally. And then if that's the case, then at least we've got that. Oh shit. So let me press F1 now as soon as it's black screen. F1. There. Okay. And let's see what that does now. Oh, it brought me there. Holy shit. How did you know that?
because I had the same problem yesterday. And you know what? That just shows that I was meant to have that problem yesterday so that I could know how to tell you how to fix this problem today.
Yes,
Because if I didn't have that problem yesterday, I wouldn't have known that.
there is a God. I mean, honestly, the synchronicity of that is supernatural. I'm deeply impressed. I'm deeply moved. That's incredible. Oh my God, that's miraculous. And So wonderful. Oh, God bless you, Derek. I love you dearly. And honestly, couldn't do this without Derek. And we're very fortunate that so many things have fallen in place as they have. And I'm just so happy he's here to help make this happen. And so as soon as we get things back up and running again, I'll be able to check into the chat room, kind of catch up with people. Derek, of course, is going to help us hold the fort, and he's going to actually carry us through to I get back with my tea, and after having popped some of these pills. Now let me restore this. And it's amazing. All the screen and everything came back up, and wonderful. Honestly, you're incredible. And so people have heard enough superlatives from myself for the moment. We're getting the live dashboard back up, and wonderful. I'm so happy so many people are here with us. And Marcus Crick says, "Hey DD, hey Marcus, hugs." And Sarah Shields says, "Hi Douglas, you're coming in clear regardless." And of course, Marcus told me to breathe. Monty Royal says, "Loud and clear, D3. God bless him as well." Karen O'Connor from Dublin says, "How you doing, Douglas? Barry and Karen here with you in Dublin and hearing you loud and clear. Just left my laptop in for a new screen. Supposed to be mate, so I'm definitely expecting mate's rates." And Gary State says, "Derek should imitate an Indian accent while acting as tech support." You do get that joke, right, Derek? You do.
Yes, I get it.
Yes. And yes, our girl Sarah Shields says, "Very funny, Gary. It certainly would fit." Yes. And Mr. William Krajewski says, "Awesome miracle." Yes, yes, William, you were right. It is. And Karen says, "Cheer for the Irish, Douglas. We just voted for a political party called Sinn Féin, the political party of the Irish Republican Army." Yes, 23 years they've been practicing peace since the 1996 peace agreement. Yes, yes, that's right. That's right. That's a miracle in and of itself. Yes, that they've done well enough. I will allude to that. I will allude to that tonight. And if my father had been here, he would be happy. Certainly Gene Roddenberry, who I will be bringing up, would have been ecstatic. That was a large part of his thematic for Star Trek, which I will be bringing up to extent tonight. And let me check some of these other messages. Sammy Romero says, "Hi, Doug, sounding clear. Thank you, F1 button." And yes, no, thank you, Derek Talley. Derek Talley is going to have that F1 tattooed on his forehead. Yes, or we'll have it chiseled into his tombstone, which hopefully he won't need a headstone for quite so many years yet. But oh my God, Derek, love you. And so what I'm going to do now, Derek, is I'm going to actually, and everyone do bear with us and enjoy Derek. Derek's going to actually take over for a little bit. By that, I mean a few minutes. I'm going to actually grab some Tylenol and some other painkillers, fix a new cup of tea for myself. You can hear me slip and slurp the last bit of tea I have up before I go get new tea. But in the meantime, Derek will return to telling us a bit about how his days have been going, give us an update on his cancer treatments, and also clarify whatever he wishes to clarify about the CBC oil and some of his other adventures in crime. and then kind of turn towards what he's seen in the news that rings alarm bells for him. And Sammy Romero says, stands corrected. He says, "Thank you, Derek Talley." And thank you, Sammy Romero. We love you too. Hugs. So Derek, hopefully that wasn't all too much to ask, and that was a coherent, elongated request. But go
I
ahead.
got it.
Yeah,
I got it from here. Yeah, go get your tea and relax.
Thank
and
you.
so while Douglas is getting his tea, I just want to, as a public service announcement, remind everyone to think twice before you act and think 5 times before you speak. Back in 2004, I wrote a song called No Turning Back. And then the premise of the song is basically when you get to that point to where you got that split decision to make to where you could do something and change your whole life, you need to think before you act, because once you act and you act in the which is not in the best decision of yourself, there's some points in your life to where you know that action can turn into something that you can't turn back. No turning back. You know what I'm saying? Just in that anger builds up, that hatred builds up. You know, you're fed up, you had enough, and you get to that point to where you could either swallow your pride or walk away, or you could say, this is it. But I'm telling you, if you say this is it and you decide to snap out, well, guess what? You've got a whole new list of enemies that you're going to deal with, and those are those 4 prison guards that you're going to be having to deal with for the rest of your life. That's going to give you problems. You know that you're not going to want to deal with. Not to mention the prisoners from the other cell or whatever gang that is. So you need to just take the time and think about what you're about to do and before you do it. That's all. That's just what I want to say. So my public service announcement is think twice before you act and think 5 times before you speak. So so what did I do today? I went to church this morning and we got a phone call from a Navy veteran who's the son of well, I know he's the nephew of the lady that cooks the food at the church. I forget her name, but his mother was in church too. But he said he was going to call the church today, and it was an unusual service because everything was business as usual in the church, and the pastor was praying, and we were about to pray. Then the music stopped playing, and it got quiet. And then next thing I know, there was a voice over the phone, and the pastor was putting the microphone up to the phone. And I said, "What is this? I've never seen this in church before." But it was his mom had on his picture. So he was a picture of a Navy guy. His name was Rudy. So she had a picture of Rudy, the Navy guy, on her shirt while she was talking to him on the phone. And he was calling the church from Iraq, or he called the pastor, I guess. But he's over somewhere in the Middle East right now. I take it he's probably in Iraq, but he said he was in the Middle East right now, and they had some downtime, and they were getting ready to go on a mission. So he wanted to call the church before he went on his mission. And I wish I could give you his full name, but I think it's touching, regardless. So after the church, I went to the pool. So everybody knows the pool that I go to, Beyond Aquatics. It's a nice place to go to and relax. And I also do my exercises there. I do some very vigorous exercises in the pool. I've actually taught classes there, and I've been taking break from teaching classes for the last 2 weeks since I got the support put in my chest for the chemotherapy. And then last week was my first week of chemotherapy. And I've been going to the pool every day. I've been taking it easy, not getting too strenuous. But I think next Saturday I'm going to be ready to go back into teaching class again. And at the pool, I'm just a volunteer, and it's actually helping me out because, for one, I want to get my personal trainer's license. That was my goal since last year, and that's something that I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it to help me here at the pool at the point to where I'm just a volunteer, But I also volunteer on Saturdays, just sitting behind the desk and just manning the place and until they close, which is I work there from 12 to 6. And in return, my membership is free. It doesn't cost me nothing, but I'm a volunteer for the charity, which is called VARF, the Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund. So with the Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund, any veterans that needs to use the pool or needs actual therapy, we pay for it. So if they need to use the pool and they don't have the money or they don't have all the money, they'll work it out with them. All veterans get a 10% discount anyway. But for those veterans who don't have any money, we um, we usually either hook them up with the VA or with Star Therapy, and any expenses that needs to be paid from putting them with them, because those two places use our pool. Both VA and Star Therapy uses our pool, and then the Veterans Aquatic Rehabilitation Fund helps those veterans who can't afford or don't have insurance um, get their therapy in aquatics in the water. So that's something that I volunteer for. I like doing it, and plus I like being in the water a lot. And right now it's right on time with this cancer treatment because my first chemotherapy was 6 hours. 6 hours, and most people get really sick with their first chemotherapy. And I was nauseous, but you know what? I never got overly nauseous, and I never got sick. And I do that. I give thanks in part to being in the water every day. And Peter Moon said something interesting last night. I mean, not last night, but last week when I spoke to him. I still need to contact him and get the name of those exercises he was talking about. But he was talking about washing your lymphatic system. And with some of the exercise that I do, it's so vigorous. And he said you need to do this for 45 minutes a day every day. Um, and I think I've been doing that 45 minutes to an hour of good working out, running in place, jumping jacks, all kinds of stuff. I do it all underwater. Sprint, I even sprint underwater. Um, so I think whatever exercise that he has, I need to get with him and then learn some of these exercises and see if I could do them underwater. So that'll be an interesting thing to see, to check out. But besides that, I was looking in the news, and right before I got, um, right before Doug called me, something caught my eye in the news, and it had to do with a man named Andrew Sabisky, and now he's going to be the new aide to Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson. So Andrew Sabisky, he said he said a lot of controversial things, this Andrew Sabisky, but this guy basically he's into eugenics and he's into these psychotropic drugs given them to children, and I guess there's a death rate of like one child a year with with this drug that he wants to give to the people of his nation. But it says it'll help them work hard because it's a narco drug. It's a psychotropic narco drug. And he says, well, if it kills one kid a year, yeah, a death of one kid a year is worth all the extra work we're going to get out of it. So that right off the bat, they're saying, well, this guy's callous. This guy doesn't have a heart in the world. What is he, some kind of comedian or something? But he's Oxbridge educated Andrew Sabisky. He's the number 10 advisor, having been appointed by the chief aide Dominic Cummings. Um, Put out a job description for misfits and weirdos to join him in trying to shake up the government. Now, Cummings wrote on the website in 2014, in order to get around unplanned pregnancies in the UK, there should be legal enforcement of long-term contraception. So he believes in pretty much forced contraception. Uh, that's basically forced sterilization. Because if you're going to long-term contracept somebody, by the time you take it out there in their 40s or 50s, well, then you just basically sterilize.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
So I'm back, but I'm so happy that you're speaking to this subject. I'm going to actually, towards the end of Arc of Narrative tonight, kind of conclude with how this is impacting the United States as well. So I'm so again, this is incredible synchronicity that Derek Talley is bringing up what's going on the other side of the Atlantic with this. So please continue.
Okay, well, he wrote one way to get around the problem of unplanned pregnancies is creating a permanent underclass would be legally enforce universal uptake of long-term contraception and at the onset of puberty. So he's saying as soon as these niggas get old enough to clip them.
Yes.
That's what he's saying.
And when was he writing this? Because I just came back, of course, from grabbing my tea. This sounds like something that would have emerged at the beginning of the 20th century at the
Well, this
latest.
was 2014, so
Oh
it
my
wasn't that.
God. It's so
Yeah,
so it's like yesterday. So go on. Yes. This.
yeah, and he said something to the effect that vaccination laws give it precedence. So he says if we can enforce vaccinations, we can enforce forced contraceptives.
Yes, that's this is well. This is like a return to the 19th century, a time when there were people who felt they had the right to alter the demographics based on their own sense of priority. So it's very alarming. It is being reflected here in the United States in ways that many people don't suspect. But as I said, right now, let Derek go on explaining. You have other aspects of this that you're still exposing, right?
Well, this is basic. Well, I just found out about this particular subject, this particular person, but I do know that this is where protests get violent.
Yes.
Because if you look at all the past protests between 1865 and the present, the only time, if you notice a pattern, the only time I really see the black race get violent to the point of using bombs and snipers when it comes to genocide, when it comes to forced sterilization, when that other underground group, what
Right.
was it that they blew up in California? It was a hospital used to force sterilize people,
Right.
and I think that's a pattern, probably, not just with blacks, but I think that's a pattern around the planet, and it may be something that we should not take lightly. I'll just say that.
Oh, I
Put it.
agree. Yes. So go on. And aside from not just taking it lightly, I would assume that you would also agree that if it came to that point where such laws were quote unquote enforced or put into the books, at that point it would be it would be the point of armed resistance. There would really be no other recourse at that point. Hopefully it never gets to that point. What position does this individual have again? He's one of the advisors to Boris Johnson, or he's getting he's getting his attention, or what he's in England, yes, and he's involved with what they're doing now, or somehow trying to get involved.
Well, he's appointed aide to the chief aide, Dominic Cummings.
Oh my
So
God.
yeah, so
Okay.
he's somebody who's been brought in by Dominic Cummings into Boris Johnson's um, government.
And at any rate, I appreciate your, you're telling us about that. And in fact, continue with anything else that you feel it's necessary to expose right now or bring to our attention.
Okay, well, I haven't really been looking a whole lot into the news lately. I've been that's been kind of part of my relaxation. My part of my relaxation and meditation is the state of, because I'm like Douglas. I'm a news junkie, but I got to take my breaks from it every once in a while. And it was funny. We were, when politics come up, and when I'm with a bunch of older people at the pool, and everybody's just so getting along with each other. There's just so much love in the air, and then somebody brings up something having to do with politics, and then one person talks about how Donald Trump is too far to the left, and and shouldn't give in to these people for this or that, and somebody's talking about this person's too far to the right, and next thing you know, you got people arguing. So I don't get involved in a lot of that stuff. So there was a guy and a girl. They had to both been in their 70s, a man and a lady, started arguing at the pool about Donald Trump, and I kind of just eased out of there. And then the next day, I seen the guy at the pool, and I'm walking in, and I said, hey, how's it going? He said, hey, come here. Hey, and he goes, I owe you an apology. And I thought he was gonna. This is the aggressive one now. The aggressive one says, "I owe you an apology," and I said, "Oh, yeah. Well, what do you owe me an apology for?" I said, "No, it's no apologies needed." He goes, "Yes, I left you in there with that liberal, that damn."
Ah! Ah!
He goes, "I left you to fend for yourself with that liberal. I should have never left you with that liberal. I am so sorry."
Oh, so he had a lot of presumptions about you. He probably assumed you'd been indoctrinated by the military and that you were, just like him, just another Pringle. That's really pathetic. And but how did you handle that? How did you?
I said, oh, it's no problem with me. I said I'm fine. Thanks for caring.
Well, definitely glad that you shared that with us to help me open the program. And honestly, I wouldn't have been able to have done it without you. We may have a while before Brendan comes on, and you're certainly welcome to hang out with myself and participate anytime you wish. Just kind of insert yourself. And I'm going to just right now just make a little note of something because I just blocked someone from the chat room, and this individual was on this chicken shit little YouTube channel where he had like 80 subscribers and a bunch of like stupid little racist Trump videos and shit. And so he had gotten into the chat room and left some just asinine troll comment. So I just blocked his channel and deleted his comment. So I'm happy to say that what I can read now is Karen O'Connor saying, "Miracles can happen, Douglas. Proud to be a part of getting rid of our previous elite government powers with the people." It certainly is. Well, what had happened was that Ireland was just tired of stagnation, and the Sinn Féin, it's just the right. It's in the right place, and it's the right party for the right time right now. And it's rather sad because what they had was a very liberal government in Ireland. Not that Sinn Féin is not. It's, how would I say it? It's hard to describe. Sinn Féin, of course, used to be supported by the Soviet Union, but yeah, obviously the times have really changed, and Ireland has changed, and everybody has changed in Ireland. It's not what it was before, and so Sinn Féin now represents a kind of normalized, very normalized kind of alternative. I don't believe, and she can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I don't believe that they're running the government per se, but rather they have now a much larger representation in Parliament. I think that's what happened. I haven't really looked into it as much as I should have, but hopefully she'll give me some details on that. And I'm sorry, is that Derek? Derek, is
What?
he? Are you with
What
us?
happened?
Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
I heard some sound. I thought maybe you were snoring again.
Oh gosh, no.
Oh yeah. By the way, that was just checking in on that because I thought I heard some breathing, and which is fine. Which is fine. And Derek's earned it. He's worked so hard and he does so much. And I'm glad to see that he's so peaceable in public. And yes, you do know how to handle the politics, which is basically to avoid it. And so aside from that, Gary States says, I mean, in public, for the most part, except of course where absolutely it's required that some kind of attention needs to be brought to it. Then of course there's no point in backing down at certain situations. But I can see why Derek does what he does, and he does the right thing by avoiding watching too much news, because of course, when you watch news all too often, it just pisses you off. You just get angry all the time, and that's not really good for your psychological or physical health. So very glad that that Derek does what he does and gives himself a break. Gary State says, I believe the satanic inspired rulers would more easily employ race specific bioweapons than contend with the forced sterilizations or administering birth control. Well, certainly people have been speculating about that, and it's very difficult. I'm certain that we will get to that point of gene engineered, genetically engineered designer diseases, but it's still very difficult to get to that point. They've been trying, and they've been trying for quite some time. But it's almost like a dream weapon. It's one of those things that take a look at myself. How would a gene specific weapon work on a hybrid individual like myself? And you take a look at in the United States, many people who look white, thanks to the institution of slavery, where many white people were having sex with their chattel, what they considered to be their biological property. And that's what brought us the very song of the state of Texas, the Yellow Rose of Texas. They were referencing her yellow color because they were talking about this mulatto woman, this woman who was a hybrid of white and black, which would produce what people considered yellow kids. And then they had the classifications such as octoroon or high yellow. They would use the term high yellow for the lighter skin when you got from
Red
the...
bone.
Yes, yes, go on.
Red bone.
Yes, red bone. Why would they use that term? Red bone.
That's I guess that would be a hood term, but red bone would be one that they use for, light skinned folks.
Oh, okay. That's I mean, I believe you. I've heard it before, but I've never really. Yeah, like you say, it seems to be. I think that's more modern. um, but yes, how would gene-specific weapons work on that? And considering, like I said, with all the interbreeding that was going on during the times of slavery, there's plenty of white people who have what. How would they say it back in the old days? They would say that they were touched by the tar brush. Or they would say that they had the jungle blood, or there were various snide insinuations that were applied to people who were suspected of having some colored ancestry. And then, of course, you have like blacks who have a lot of white blood in them. And you see them, of course, in any black neighborhood. You're going to see people who are relatively light-skinned, and it goes on and on. But yeah, how would gene-specific weapons even touch people like that? Would it just it would just be a crapshoot? So it's almost not even worth the effort, because the truly homogeneous population is hard to find. It's literally, how would I say it? There's very few places where it would work. And some of the more relatively homogenous places would be like Korea, in particular, particularly the North, Japan.
Well, look at Flint, Michigan. If you look at how they do their housing and everything in Michigan, and how the people of Flint, Michigan, how the blacks are kind of mostly in that town, and that's the town that they chose to cut the water off from the lake and put the water from the river, so that it poisons everybody in the town. Yeah, they're probably like 2% white up in that town, but that's how they're going to do it. Rather than go race specific, they're going to push poor people into certain quarters, and then knowing that a certain percentage of those poor people are white, they're just not going to care anyway, and poison everybody in those quarters.
That's the way it would be done. Yes, that's infinitely more practical, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And Derek is absolutely right. By the way, I want to give a shout out on that note to a man who was offering to come on and speak about Flint, Michigan, and the water situation, and Pacon Mireles. So I do give a shout out to Pacon Mireles. I should be bringing him on at some point. Miguel and Andujar as well. And but Pacon Mireles knows something about the Flint water situation, and I do need to consult him on bandwidth about that live and on record. So hopefully he's hearing me. And aside from that, when it comes to the process of getting people concentrated in an area, the process is called ghettoization. So it's an actual historic term. And it didn't usually, in the old days, it didn't always have a negative connotation. As a matter of fact, back in the Middle Ages, this is where you got the term like the Warsaw Ghetto or the Jewish Ghetto. Jewish people would apply to the medieval city-states for the establishment of a ghetto. A community of Jews would be relocating from some other area of persecution, would ask to settle into a city-state, offer their services in being known as the people of the book, primarily in accounting, which to Christians or Muslims was they had a contempt for the handling of money. Of course, some people would amass fortunes, but in the Islamic world, there were anti-usury laws which prevented Muslims from dealing with money in transactional senses in the strategic transactional sense, whereas in Christianity, biblically, money was considered the root of evil, or rather, the love of money was considered the root of evil. That was something that I learned from my sister, who had that kind of indoctrinated into her as a Jehovah's Witness. So even a struck, how do they say it? Even a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. So some of that Jehovah's Witness indoctrination was, to use a pun, right on the money about that. So biblically, the love of money is the root of evil, and so Christians would tend to not handle it. No Christian back in the Middle Ages would become an accountant. So the Jews had this kind of open market for that, or an open use for themselves to provide a service with to others, and therefore, so they would apply to establish a ghetto, and that's how they became ghettoized. So later on, as they became more dispersed into the population, what happened at the time of the Third Reich was a process of re-ghettoization, where the government of the Reich said, well, let's get them reestablished in ghettos again, towards ultimately their purge from Europe. And so the Americans have that ongoing, and we saw what happened with Katrina. The overwhelming majority of the black neighborhoods were in the areas that were the most prone to flooding. And these were the areas where the majority of people died. So it's built into the system. It's already, since it's so systemic, since it's so part of the mechanics of oppression. The designing a race-specific weapon is almost a moot point. Any other observations on that, Derek?
No, I'm just enjoying the history lesson.
Okay, thank you so much. And what I'll do now is I'm going to read the blurb and then start into the show officially. Derek, of course, is officially my co-host. He's saved the program. We could not have done this without him. And he's welcome to, as I said, break in anytime he wishes. While I'm doing the blurb, of course, Derek, you're welcome to get your own cup of tea or refreshment or whatever you see fit to get yourself. Did you catch everyone up on whatever treatments you've went through lately? Oh, by the way, Bruce Dallas III says a red bone is listening. He's representing himself, I presume. So he wants us to know he is, like myself, a hybrid. And what about yourself, Derek? Do you know of any potential white blood in your family or something of that nature? Or
Yes, I'm mostly black, but I do have some Irish and I do have some Choctaw Indian blood. As a matter of fact, my little brother has red hair and freckles and a big red afro.
oh my
You know what
God.
I'm saying? Yes, and so I used to talk trash about him when I was a kid, but he's rare. He's very rare.
Oh
But
shit. Oh,
when he's
I was
hands.
drinking hot tea when you said that. It all went up my nose. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
Yeah, but he's red. He looks like Red Fox. But he's got red. He's pretty much got red freckles. He's like little orphan Annie red.
Yo.
That's my that's my brother who's black with red hair, and he's a beautiful color.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? If we were pit bulls, we'd get more money for him.
Right. Right. I
So
believe it. I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying. And in terms of the much of the Deep South was, of course, high amount of Celtic population there, as I've emphasized before when it came to the white populations. And so it's not surprising that you would have this kind of red hair and freckled phenomenon. He's definitely got some of that Gaelic blood coursing through his veins. So that's fascinating. And you've never tried any of those silly genetics tests, have you? The ones they sell on the market are just honestly, if people don't understand this, let me say it now. If you want to get tested for your genetic ancestry, this costs thousands and thousands of dollars. You don't buy it off the shelf at Walgreens or something like that. You're going to get the just absolutely bizarre results that have no meaning. They're just meaningless. If Derek took one of those, he'd come back with the results that he was like, Nordic or something. That's what happens with that Abdul Karim Haq. He got one of those tests and came away convinced he was like British and shit. And by the way, getting a private message coming in from Selena Khan. Oh, hey honey, you missed all the fun, so to speak, where I was just squirming. I didn't even know if we were going to be able to do this show tonight. I had a totally dead screen. It was just black, but Derek Talley saved the day. Him and his F1. And by the way, John Warrington, I don't know if he's active right now, but definitely I will check into his messages later. I gotta leave him a series of messages. And of course, I'll give him his due propers right now. I'll start into the blurb, and at which point thereafter, I'll start talking about what's up in the current events. And of course, I'm going to fixate on geopolitics because I'm comfortable with that tonight, but there's going to be a lot of history involved in ways that you don't suspect. We're going to bring up Gene Roddenberry. We're going to bring up Star Trek parallels that he would have wanted me to emphasize. In this case, I will take the mantle and speak for the dead in that regard. And as a matter of fact, our dear friend John Warrington had left a link up on my promotional banner on the Sora AOA timeline to the Necroscope novels, and I'm glad to see that Brian Lumley is getting back into writing those. They are of course, the realm of the fantastical, but like so many books that try to expose the military occult complex, they are very rooted in aspects of reality that most people are not familiar with. And it's one of those things where people would have to like read the books from the beginning of the franchise, the beginning of the series, to really comprehend what's being said. But they're definitely a product of their time. They're deep Cold War era books. And if he's continuing them now, that would be fascinating because he would have to change the context in contemporary politics. Now, Mein Kampf, of course, is my struggle, and that is my attempt to clarify those politics to you, the context of the world in which you live. So, my struggle, Mein Kampf, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html. We definitely need the money. My computers are on their last legs. I'm dealing with a pair of jalopies now, the monitor and the old PC. So it's like I've got two jalopies welded together into a ridiculous kind of it's like a motorcycle with a sidecar, and they're both fucked. And that's what I'm running the track with now. So as you could see, if I didn't have the passenger in the sidecar named Derek Talley, an expert in Afro engineering, to help me. What was it the white boys used to call it? When the black man saved the day with his mechanics, they would call it nigger rig. And no doubt there are some people whispering that to themselves with the way he came up with the F1. And he learned that yesterday, miraculously enough, in time to save my ass tonight. And there is a God at work. And he is watching over Derek and myself, and all of us who care to be watched over. And for that, we love Derek beyond description. And I definitely love everyone who's in the chat room right now participating tonight. So long as they're supportive, that goes without saying. And if you contribute to my struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, it's where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. Now, all due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thetrax or Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, Magator being spelled MAGGOTAUR, and friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it not for he and I, all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon, via the openly sub-satanic, welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Amber Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote the Edomite or Thelema will magics of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, published circa 1977, to children for years prior her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Privara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys percepts predation. You can find all evidence thereof via linkage to our Facebook album exposing such via the homepage of showsdd.com, where the linkage takes you directly where you'll find the evidence. There's reasons we have to make it that indirect as opposed to putting things directly on the website and giving you this little runaround. But believe me, it's the most secure way to do this. And because of the situation being what it is, I am obligated morally and in a very real sense legally to provide this alert and actum, a warning, demanding the attention of all fans, friends, and followers in public service to Bolo. Be on the lookout per pedo predator Pavel Edward or Paul Edward Privara. You can find out his backstory on the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of the Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via our co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence, and has been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind mine own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation published employment expertise as simply JAP or JAP, all in the uppercase. Now, Paul Privara, referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, and the citing of JAP is his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, makes no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java Anon Proxy, which you can find out more about, appropriately enough, at the Fresh Meat site, linked via freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, as in anonymous. This being similar to TOR, or TOR, an acronym for the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding and encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations, JAP being similar thereunto, but JAP itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in linked readers, my objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, it is obfuscated, as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Paulie Boy the Pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statement as, I exploit JAP to resolve data problems. It as transmission of questionable data through abstraction, the cascading and mixing of the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, it as to call these data to outsiders, which be what JAP does. Both Paulie Boy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euroslut handler Agnieszka or Agnes Maria Schrozinska promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide us in plain sight, Paulie's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pedoperv Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap specifically, in disambiguation from the ethnic slur, spelled with only an uppercase J and all else in the lowercase, that in as a term of entry would pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, would instead, by using the all-caps spelling, come across his page, and most likely not anymore, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it as via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring JAP now be directed to his page and his page alone. His critical omission, a blatant hypocrisy, what speaketh volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain it in his openly published public statement, per myself, as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a quote-unquote double-down deceiver, which you can see at facebook.com/PI342. Instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons what be all too obvious, no one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague, he has now established a false Twitter account by which to continuous misrepresenting himself, called, in the uppercase of course, all capitalized spelling, at DDD_now. The official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific be at Doug D. Dietrich with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors Rose Dio and Paulie Privy ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Set theistic, it is satanic, high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director Dr. Michelangelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations. Retired, albeit, of course, he had become a liability to the Army and could no longer move forward in the ranks. So he laterally transferred into civilian intelligence, where he then again retired with the rank equivalency of general status. In other words, he was what the federals call a supergrade, the bureaucratic equivalent of the rank of generalcy in the military forces. He, of course, has boasted that his assets, Rose Dio and Paul Pravara, are part of his ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, i.e., the anti-gods. But now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, which he strives to realize. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on my biosire while there on the homepage of showsdd.com. To give you the meaning of my biological father's name, which very few people know, and let people know that I, the scion of Adolf Hitler, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, encourage that anyone electronically relay their support, their contributions, at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking, Renegatis Humanis Arma ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath the Sanju Ichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One, cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online, where 'tis fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Yea, so all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old, ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives, obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. Their lead bandsman, Ronald P. Stroyne, whom you can friend as Zeb Shepard on Facebook. he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroyne and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soi Disant American Freedom radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel Privy smuggled onto YouTube, perhaps ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of same dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio, about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I have informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to my own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now, my manageress, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteeress. As my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea has been e-relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino-designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton handling, in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dreadnought, whether ye send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be located or listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Drek, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. Friend and follow he at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and check into subscribing to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Titrakulvies, son of a dragons, or son of Dietrichs, pronounced, or rather Anglo-corrupted, as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent, or the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, or Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all, mine loved ones, in mine most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant, at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the devil or devil angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanal era. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyselves and all thine own. With shout-outs to Kerry Yost. I will be calling him soon as I can, if not tomorrow, then this week most definitively. And Eric Laystick, who was kind enough to send this little note with his $20 money order. Dear Douglas, in thankfulness for all you do, you are truly an inspiration. Continued successes, your friend Eric. And with that, we go on to what today is. Want to quaff some of this tea first. Still hot enough where I can't really choke it down. But, all right. Tomorrow is President's Day. This is another span between holidays. This is the Feast of St. Valentine's Day weekend. And we are on President's Day Eve Day as I burn bandwidth tonight. Now, the United States has had 45 presidents, a substantial number among them falsely selected as opposed to elected executives. And while you're probably not one of them, you get Monday off anyway. So may every executive privilege be thine own. Let me indulge myself in my executive privilege as executive of my own channel. Check into what people are saying. And, I see Lena Shea with us. Ramona Letha Henry. And I'm going to check into the live dashboard now. Glad to see people are active. And, Bruce Dallas III retracted a message. He doesn't need to be shy. And Sarah Shields says, I'm red as well, Bruce. Laugh out loud. Yes, red-haired. Yes, that's true. Quite Celtic she be. Daniel Royal says, come and get your love from Redbone. There we are. Derek Talley is always helpful. Wonderful human being. And happy to see we've got so many people watching now. We're holding steady. And with that, we can get into the arc of narrative, as I call it. The theme for tonight. First off, we'll start with... yes. There we hear. We've got a message coming in from Selena Khan. She says, why do you have headaches? I'm sure you don't rest properly. Oh, honey, no, it was, I got a headache because we were, we were dealing with a computer meltdown. That's why I had the headache. Thank you for asking. Very much appreciate that, honey. And I noticed that we don't have Maria with us tonight. Hopefully she's doing okay. And I hope, she must be involved with moving more than likely. But yes, let's start off across the Atlantic where our friend took us. Derek Talley took us to some asshole in England who's trying to institute a eugenics program. And, of course, there's a difference between eugenics, which means the upbreeding of people, and the desire to eliminate others. So he's talking about someone's desire to basically eliminate those considered of lesser stock. And that, of course, in this day and age is bewildering. But that same United Kingdom had a enormous reshuffle take place that was basically, to all practical effect, a political purge The British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, or Bojo the Clown, as I call him, has reshuffled his cabinet on Thursday. A little more than intended, as a matter of fact, after being told he had to replace all his advisors. Chancellor, it as the top finance minister, Shahid Javid, quit instead. Upon his walkout, his replacement be Rishi Sunak, another yellow house nigger. These are people who are deserving of that term, by the way. I don't say this casually. These are people who are basically lunatics who are more than happy to destroy their own in the name of white supremacy. And this Rishi Sunak be a young minister who's has nothing in common with the man who left. Unlike Javid, Rishi Sunak was keen on Brexit from the start, and he will have to share Johnson's advisors. With this new chancellor, Boris Johnson has consolidated all power in the United Kingdom. The significance cannot be overstated. The balance of power in the United Kingdom government has always been defined by a healthy tension between the Prime Minister and Chancellor. No longer, perhaps. But at least on the positive, Irish unification is becoming likelier. Brexit and Sinn Féin's success boost talk of Irish unification. It would not be an easy process. As I said, it was interesting because they had a gay president or the prime minister, and his term apparently was not successful enough. It was just that it's just time for the Irish to institute change. And it's been a long time coming, and I believe that the change is headed towards inevitable reunification of the Isle of Hibernia, the Isle of Ireland. And Gene Roddenberry had always advocated that. It's no surprise Gene Roddenberry was a cop. He was a Irish police officer. It was the stereotypical profession that a blue-collar job that many Irish people found themselves in, Irish men. And what happened with Gene Roddenberry was that as a motorcycle cop in full uniform, he took advantage of his position as a law enforcement official to basically get Star Trek pushed through as a television show. He actually walked in on this being Los Angeles, and he being a cop, he got to know where all of the producers hung out. So he walked into a restaurant where a couple of these big-time Hollywood producers were eating lunch, and he knew what their habits were. He knew where to find them. He had practically stalked them or tailed them. And he walked in with his screenplay and full uniform, helmet, visor, goggles and all, and motorcycle boots, intimidating looking as possible. Walked up to their desk and tossed the screenplay in front of them. And that, of course, got their attention. And that's how you got Star Trek. Now, Gene Roddenberry, what he did is, well, unethical. But look what we got out of it. And sometimes the ends really do justify the means. So, Gene Roddenberry was looking for a new job, and he wanted to transfer into the televisual industry because he was disenamored with being a police officer, because as a police officer, he was one of the few police officers who was very good at writing. Writing something other than tickets. And as a result, he wrote the speeches for then chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. And this guy was to the LAPD. Who was the boss of the FBI? I'm drawing a blank now. J. Edgar Hoover. And William Henry Parker III, the longest serving police chief of Los Angeles, literally unto the day he fucking died in the year of my birth, 1966. That individual was the J. Edgar Hoover of LAPD. And he wasn't just the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. He was also the county civil defense and disaster commissioner up until the day he died, the year I was born. He was portrayed by Nick Nolte in the film Gangster Squad, released circa 2013. Now, that individual wound up involved with the Central Intelligence Agency. No surprise, because the CIA wanted to produce propaganda films. And the CIA knew where to go. And where else? Hollywood. And so the CIA, with the complete cooperation and conspiratorial participation of LAPD Chief William Henry Parker III, basically produced a pornographic cinema project, which was funded with your tax dollars, that was framing Sukarno being the leader of Indonesia. And this extensively, or ostensibly, I mean to say, exposed Indonesia's president in the groove, well, in coitus, with a politically red and ethnically white sky hostess. In other words, a communist stewardess. An intrigue intended to outrage both the ideological sensibilities of East Asians and the racial sensibilities of Westerners, which prompted Chief Parker's speechwriter, the Los Angeles Police Department Sergeant Eugene Wesley Gene Roddenberry, to resign. He just didn't want to be a part of this. And Gene Roddenberry resultantly modeled to extent the iconic character of Mr. Spock on his chief's, flatly affected behavior in his creation of Star Trek, which serially premiered the year of his former chief's passing. Matter of fact, it premiered on 6/6/66, June 6, 1966, and you can look this up and verify it yourself, in Canada. It first played in Canada before it aired in the United States. Now, the CIA's pornographic character assassination plot, featuring a daisy chain of President Sukarno's doppelgangers riding the sky with a female Russian flight attendant, was directed by none other than Bing Crosby. Well, Bing Crosby. Not Bill Crosby, the black guy, though you would suspect that, wouldn't you? Bing Crosby, the white guy, which all you youngsters probably don't know who the hell he was. But others involved in this lowbrow operation were the likes of Mr. Crosby's brother, responsible for distribution of the more believable frames throughout the Indonesian archipelago. Now, you might wonder, why am I bringing this up? All of this is obviously relevant to the life of Gene Roddenberry. And he, of course, was the man who brought us Star Trek, and he was someone who was himself of Irish descent. And in Star Trek, he always portrayed a united Ireland, a unified Irish land. And I cannot pronounce the Celtic. It is something like Turnanog or something like that. I hang my head in shame. My father could pronounce it just like that. And I wish that I had picked up his brogue. But I have not, because my mother wanted me to speak what was considered, quote-unquote, proper English. And she felt that an Irish brogue would hold me back. But nevertheless, it looks like Gene Roddenberry's wish is closer to fruition than in a long time. Let me take another look around various communications. See what else is going on out there. Check out the live dashboard. See what people are saying. And there we are. People are saying hi to each other. Veronica Barrera. Hello. Signor. And no, meant to say Signora. Did I say that right? She is married, and and of course Sarah says hi, Vero, and yes, Daniel Rolla says Bing Crosby the singer. He says one of my bastard kids is named Sarah without the H. There we are. Yes. And Sarah says, "Wow, I like that. There you go." Yes. And he says, "Maria is being sung about in a Carlos Santana album." Okay, that's nice. And not quite sure where that came from, but I'm sure that something provoked that. Other than that, let's see what else to take it from here. Now, all of this I'll go into more concerning Gene Roddenberry, and you'll see why. Friday the 13th. Thursday the 13th. Friday being the 14th this month, the St. Valentine's Day. The day before St. Valentine's was the commemorative anniversary of the firebombing of Dresden. And a full 3/4 of a century, 75 years after the Dresden firebombing, the president of Germany, not the prime ministress, Angela Merkel, but the president. And the position of the president in Germany is similar to the vice president in the United States. It's a position that's not worth a bucket of piss. It's something that's a formality. He's just there to fulfill some civic functions, and that would be like social functions. And that's what he did on the memorial of the Dresden firebombing. And so people understand what I'm talking about, the younger among us. That was referential of bombing raids during World War II, commencing with 1,245 British Avro Lancaster bombers setting course from England to Dresden in eastern Germany on February the 13th of 1945. And at 9:45 p.m., sirens wailed through the frosty night air, and horror rained down on the city. Thereafter, hundreds of British and American planes pounded Dresden with conventional and incendiary explosives from February the 13th through the 15th in 1945. Now, Allied historians assert the February 13th, 1945 Allied bombing of Dresden killed 25,000 people. Most certainly, the Allied attack in 1945 generated a firestorm in which the temperature was hotter than the surface of the sun that killed, at the absolute minimum, 25,000 people and left the eastern German city in ruins. Now, amid the destruction and the flames, countless numbers suffocated as the oxygen was sucked from the air. The very oxygen taken by the firestorm created a vacuum that tore people's lungs inside out. And thousands of people marked the 75th anniversary of the World War II firebombing of Dresden by forming a chain of peace, a human chain, along the Elbe River. Now, President Frank-Walter Steinmeier urged Germans to defend democracy, quote unquote, on the 75th anniversary of the destruction of Dresden in World War II this Thursday, as emboldened far-right radicals have rattled the political establishment. Now, the anniversary has a complex legacy in Germany itself, where right-wing extremists have long basically promoted the reality of this atrocity in context of their agenda. Now, Americans and British claim that they've inflated the number of people killed in the Allied air raids in a bid to play down the Nazis' crimes. Now, I'll deconstruct that completely. Now, in a speech at Dresden's Palace of Culture, President Steinmeier sought to strike a balance between remembering the 25,000 German victims while stressing, quote-unquote, Germany's responsibility for the war. Now, Steinmeier warned against the quote-unquote political forces that sought to, as he says it, manipulate history and abuse it like a weapon. He saw lecturing an audience that included Britain's Prince Edward, who was representing the Queen. He said, "Let's work together for a commemoration that focuses on the suffering of the victims and the bereaved, but also asks about the reasons for this suffering." Well, with his speech marking the 75th anniversary of the Dresden firebombing, President Frank Walter Steinmeier showed himself to be a staunch defender of German democracy. Now, any speech commemorating the horrific bombing of Dresden in February of 1945 is a high wire act. The firestorm that scarred the Saxon city on the banks of the Elbe has been repeatedly instrumentalized by various groups over the years. First, the Allies so assert, by the National Sozialistisch, or the NSDAP, the National Socialist Deutsche Arbeiterparty, or German Workers' Party, themselves, and then the East German government, and today, the neo-Nazis, and, as the Germans insist, those who remain stuck in the past. Now, often, such what they would consider opportunistic misuse has ended in what be promulgated or propagated as an absurd argument over the number of people that died in the attack. Well, this is not casual or something to be dismissed. The Allies, meaning the English and the Americans responsible for this mass murder, they claim that the Third Reich, or the NSDAP, the Nazi Party, mendaciously claimed that several 100,000 people were killed. And since German reunification, this has not been the primary or the pivotal issue. Rather, the fight has mainly been over the question of whether the tragedy should be remembered as an isolated event or whether the memory of the victims would be better served when viewed in the larger historical context of the war, which is what the president was going for. Well, all of this needs to be placed into context of why the Germans are even taking the stance that they take. I myself had to truly... It took years for me to come to grips with exactly where the Germans are coming from. But basically, it comes down to their stance of defending democracy, as vocalized by Frank Walter Steinmeier, the president of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the New United Germany. And he be well aware of the scrutiny his words will be subjected to. He certainly was when he wrote his speech. The German president not only mastered the task of presenting context, he also delivered a very timely speech that openly addressed the origins of the Second World War and the destruction that followed. Now, United Germany's president, Frank Walter Steinmeier, on Thursday, commemorated the victims while stressing responsibility for the war lay with Germany. Now, I, of course, deconstruct that completely, but it's almost a moot point. At this point in history, this is what the Germans are buying. This is their stance. This is the national perception. It's not something that my deconstruction is going to impact anytime soon. So the way that the Germans perceive World War II is that they started it. Steinmeier himself be quoted as saying, "It was Germans who started this horrendous war." In fact, the word Dresden didn't even come up in his speech until he was 3 long paragraphs into his address. Instead, Steinmeier began by speaking about the German invasion of Poland and the ensuing violence that was unleashed across Europe. The president did not, however, relativize Dresden's suffering at any point during his speech. In fact, he did quite the opposite. He painted a visceral picture of that night with stark words, describing the howling drone of bombers, the blood-red sky, the fire that sucked the oxygen out of the city streets. But he also spraketh of other cities across Germany and Europe, Hamburg and Würzburg, Naples and Genoa, Warsaw and Coventry. Steinmeier ended that portion of his speech with a clear statement. To quote his T, "Those who today seek to weigh the number of dead in Dresden against the dead of Auschwitz, who seek to downplay German misdeeds, who distort historic facts although they know us better, it is those people that we, as Democrats, must stand up to." With the words, "we as Democrats," Steinmeier also made it clear that he is well aware that some German politicians choose to, quote-unquote, deny the country's Nazi past, and he drew a clear distinction between them and himself. He also drew an altogether new interpretation of the role of the German president. Thereby, historically, the role of the president has been to remain neutral, reflecting, summarizing, and moderating the myriad opinions held by the country's populace. But now is not the time for such neutrality. Steinmeier even dared to go a step further, addressing the resurgence of Judeophobia and xenophobia. Well, what he said was, when elected parliamentarians mock the institution in which they serve, they are attempting to destroy democracy from within. Well, right-wing populists in the Bundestag and state parliaments know as full well whom he be talking about. And yes, all of that has its rightful place in a speech marking the 75th anniversary of the bombing of Dresden. Steinmeier also spraketh on the one thing that should unite all Germans: the basic law, the foundation of Germany's democracy. When he, referring to the rights of every person, not just every German, said, "Let us protect the dignity of every human, also here in Dresden." Now, Steinmeier will have no problem living with criticism of his speech from the far right. It won't be the first time he's faced it. But it's most comforting than ever to the average German to know it's the president. Their president clearly sees himself as a defender of living democracy. A democracy not solely defined by laws, regulations, and parliamentary rules, but rather by insights, clear positions, and historical responsibility. A clear majority of Germans share Steinmeier's views. And I suppose in that sense it's good that he has raised his voice in their defense. And Steinmeier later joined thousands of residents in forming a human chain of peace and tolerance along the coastline of the river line, the river banks of the Elbe. Now, as in past years, neo-Nazis were gathering in Dresden to hold, quote-unquote, funeral marches for the dead. The far-right AfD party, meanwhile, set up an information booth to tell the truth about the bombings and demand a grander memorial for the victims, which I, too, can agree with. Now, the AfD is acronymous for Alternative für Deutschland, or the Alternative for Germany. It's a right-wing and far-right political party in Germany, founded circa 2013. Now, it has, there's been a number of scandals involved with them. They've been very affiliated lately with Russia. Now, here in the West, historians have calculated that the ensuing firestorm generated by the supermassive bombing killed some 25,000 people, leaving the Baroque city known as Florence on the Elbe in ruins and wiping out its historic center. And that devastation came to symbolize the horrors of war itself, much like the heavily bombed city of Coventry in England. But it's also a case of martyrdom, and whether or not that martyrdom be recognized. Because Dresden has become a focal point for neo-Nazis, who have given the city a martyrdom status that the Allied experts claim be belied by historical facts. And of course, the Allied experts have their collaborationists. The regional Sächsische Zeitung Daily thus wrote, "The myth of the City of Innocents lives on." And this year's anniversary was especially charged as Germany has been reeling from a political scandal that erupted in neighboring Thuringia state, but Yester Septimania, last week, where an AfD-backed candidate was elected state premier for the first time. And although he swiftly resigned, the drama marked a coup for the AfD, laying bare the struggle of mainstream parties to maintain the firewall against a party that has called for Deutschland, or Germany, to cease atoning for its Nazi past. And in a nod to that Thuringia debacle, Steinmeier warned of vigilance against politicians trying to destroy democracy from within. He's so saying there is a clear border between a liberal democracy and authoritarian nationalist politics. We must all defend this border. And the assault on that border is supposedly inflated figures. Now, some observers have questioned whether the indiscriminate bombing of Dresden was justified at all so late in the war, an argument hijacked by neo-Nazis eager to shift the focus onto atrocities committed by the quote-unquote victors of World War II. Now, the Allied forces considered Dresden a legitimate target on the Eastern Front because of its transport links and factories supporting the German military machine. So to help the Russian allies, they wanted to destroy this nexus of logistics. And in the immediate aftermath, the National Socialistisch, the ruling party of the Third Reich, the regime, printed the historical fact that over 200,000 people had lost their lives in Dresden. Now, Allies claim that the Nazis, as they pejoratively call the National Socialists, the National Socialistisch, they claim that they had simply added a zero to their estimates of the number of people killed. And so it's this number that the right-wing extremists continue to cite, which the Americans and the English, in their bid to hide their mass murder, claim be wildly elevated tolls. Now, the AfD, Alternative for Deutschland co-leader Tino Schruppala, told Der Spiegel Weekly that his grandmother and father recalled seeing mountains of bodies after the firebombing. All of this is true. It's proven by photographs. And so he said he could only conclude that the victims numbered at the absolute least, the absolute minimum, by the most conservative of estimates, around 100,000, which itself be 4 times the amount acknowledged by the Allies. And this has prompted critics to accuse them of historical revisionism. Now, I'm not defending the AFD. It was founded just 7 years ago. It's an it's a Islamophobic, migratory phobic, or anti-immigrant, anti-Islam, anti-immigrant alternative for Germany, AFD, Alternative for Deutschland. It's risen to become the largest opposition party in the national parliament. And it's the most popular party in the country's former communist east. In Dresden, Saxony state, the AFD came second in the regional polls last year. But the Dresden bombing survivor Ursula Elsner, who was 14 years old when her mother dragged her to safety past burning buildings, she told Der Spiegel she was tired of the anniversary being, quote-unquote, misused for political gain. So the 89-year-old wants the occasion to serve as a warning against war, saying, "This day belongs to us." And of course, that was manifest in the president, Mr. Steinmeier, joining thousands of people in that peace chain along the river in front of the city center. Now, all of this, of course, is something that combines a conflict of axioms and agendas. You have the average German person being told that they brought all this upon themselves, which, of course, I could spend hours deconstructing. Anyone who's followed my expositions of history knows otherwise. At the same time, what I also saw in departmental records that I was ordered to destroy was that 200,000 people did indeed die. This is the first number that came up just based on what everyone knew was real. The National Socialists had no need to propagandize. They had no need to exaggerate. Why would they do that? It would make them look incompetent and unable to defend their civilian population. So they only stated what was fact. Now, granted, many of these people were not Germans. Many of the people who died there were migrant laborers, because Adolf Hitler brought in many migrant laborers. They were not German citizens. And therefore, the Allies purposefully use only documents of documented citizens to tabulate their kill ratio. Whereas the National Socialists were tabulating German non-citizens into those who died, these migrant laborers that the Third Reich brought in because the quality of life was increasing for the average German under their economic system, and the average German was simply not doing the manual laborers or the scut jobs anymore. People from Eastern Europe were doing that, from the Balkans. Many people could not discern them from Germans when they were burned because they were white anyway, being Eastern or Southern Europeans. And therefore, the National Socialists were reporting those people dying and also all the Allied prisoners of war. Dresden was a major prisoner of war detention center. And in their pragmatism, the National Socialists, the Hitler regime, placed them in Dresden as human shields so that the Allies wouldn't bomb the culturally valuable, the invaluable, the priceless city of Dresden, hoping that these human shields would deter them. All of these American, Polish, Russian prisoners of war. One of them was a Jewish American named Kurt Vonnegut Jr. So when all of these Allied prisoners of war were in Dresden, the Allies did not count them on the kill sheets. They did not count their own prisoners. Their prisoners were counted as missing in action, presumed dead, and therefore not accounted for at all. So, yes, it was 200,000 people, many of them migrant laborers, many of them Allied prisoners of war from all belligerent nations in the field. And the Allies didn't care about the human shields. They bombed Dresden anyway, killing their own by the tens of thousands. Kurt Vonnegut Jr. survived that horror by crawling underneath a bunch of bodies and riding out the night, suffocating underneath a pile of human meat that burned on top of him. When he emerged, he tried to write a book on Dresden, and to show how sensitive the topic was. Here you have a Jewish author, a published Jewish author, who could not even get a book published on the subject. The only way he could speak to it was to write a science fiction novel and, within that, bring up the subject, under cover of science fiction. The title of his book was Slaughterhouse 5, because at Dresden he himself was in Slaughterhouse 5. The Germans had run out of places to keep the Allied prisoners of war. They ultimately herded a bunch of them, appropriately enough, into animal slaughterhouses, where they were penned. And 'twas in Slaughterhouse 5 that Kurt Vonnegut Jr. almost met his end, and later on immortalized the location via his novel. If you ever watch the film, there's a scene where the character, he's slinging back and forth in time, from the future to the past, to the future again. He wakes up at one point in a hospital, and there's some guy writing a book in the hospital bed next to him. The nurse asks the man, "Oh, hey, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm writing a book, "Oh, what's it about?" "Oh, the Dresden firebombing." And the main character, who's basically Kurt Vonnegut Jr., under another name, his literary incarnation, his character says, "I was at Dresden." And then the individual in the other hospital bed says, "So write your own goddamn book." And that was to represent the frustrations Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was dealing with in trying to present this topic to the American people at all. So the censorship of Dresden is by the Allies. The neo-Nazis in Germany are not revising history. Their numbers are quite legitimate and quite real. And that brings us, of course, to the subject of what this means for Germany. What was it that Gene Roddenberry was trying to say with the race that he had developed to parallel the Germans, to represent them in Star Trek, and this subject being so sensitive to the American people that this race to represent the German peoples could not even be incorporated into the series until literally after Gene Roddenberry's death. And as well, the Borg, who represent the Japanese. Neither the Borg nor the Kardassians, and I hate that name because it sounds a lot like the Kardashians, but no, the Kardassians, that's spelled with a C instead of a K, and pronounced without any SH sound to it. those represent the Germans. And that's why it's so important to bring up what it was exactly that Gene Roddenberry was trying to say, what instead was said. But what the Kardassians represent in Star Trek is the kind of cosmic political parallel to the German peoples, in the same way that the Klingons represent a Russian Empire and the Romulans represent the Communist Chinese on the mainland, and the Vulcans represent the Free Chinese on Taiwan. And the other striking historical parallel, of course, that was never portrayed during Gene Roddenberry's lifetime, or else all these races were introduced very close to his death. That other race was the parallel to the British Empire, the Ferengis, forever obsessed with the budget and economics. But in terms of a mirror for humanity, the Kardassians, who represent the German peoples, the Deutschen Volk, are Trek's best alien race. From their first introduction on The Next Generation to later, their central role on Deep Space Nine, the Kardassians were never just plain and simple. In the Season 4 episode of Enterprise, entitled The Forge, there be a wonderfully insightful conversation between the Vulcan ambassador to Earth, Soval, and Admiral Maxwell Forrest of Earth's Starfleet, in which Soval says, "We don't know what to do about humans. Of all the species we've made contact with, yours is the only one we can't define. You have the arrogance of Andorians, the stubborn pride of Tellarites. One moment you're as driven by your emotions as Klingons, and the next you confound us by suddenly embracing logic." And Forrest responds, "I'm sure those qualities are found in every species." And Soval says, "Not in such confusing abundance." As much as those qualities define humanity, they also define the Kardassians as well, who are arguably the most compelling alien race in Star Trek because they serve such a striking parallel to much of human history, both past and present. And in doing so, they act as a cautionary tale about the dangers of our own species' internal demons. When you consider the other main alien races within the Trek universe, they don't compare to the type of consistent characterization and development that the Kardassians received. The Andorians and the Tellarites that were just cited, they were first seen in the original series, episode Journey to Babel, and they were never seen again until Enterprise, if we're not counting the animated series of Star Trek. And even then, we as the audience don't know much about them outside of a handful of admittedly wonderful episodes. The Vulcans, whom I relate to most of all, surprisingly enough, also fall into this paradigm. Although a Vulcan is the most iconic alien being in all of Star Trek in the form of Mr. Spock, outside of select scenes from the movies and a handful of episodes from the original series and Voyager, the audience doesn't learn much about Vulcan culture or society until Enterprise. And although we do learn a lot about Vulcans from that series, particularly how they used to be very much like humans in the past, the fact that they're in a more evolved and advanced state from humanity now, at time of the series itself, take us away from their ability to act as a parallel to our lives now. Just as my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan has produced a culture of the same ethnicity, the same race as the Chinese on the mainland, but so much more evolved, so much more progressed from all other humans on Earth in general, that only the Taiwanese can serve as a cultural intervention to save all of humanity from itself, as the Vulcans did in their intervention while Earth was destroying itself, or had already done so, by nuclear war and famine and plague, and its own wrath wrought upon itself by its abuse of the natural environment. And the Romulans, like their Vulcan brothers, are oftentimes referenced in Trek canon, but from what we see of them in terms of characterization and development, were all too oftentimes more one-dimensional in nature until Star Trek Picard, currently in serial now, currently in syndication and highly recommended. The Klingons, probably the most well-known of the Trek races, certainly don't suffer from a lack of screen time on television or in the movies. But with a few exceptions, they are also one-note and archetypal in characterization, especially in the Next Generation era. The Bajorans, on the other hand, do not fall into this paradigm. First introduced in The Next Generation and later in Deep Space Nine, they be admittedly well drawn both as a culture and as a society, particularly regarding their faith and spirituality. But speaking for the dead, in this case Gene Roddenberry, the Kardassians that he conceptualized but was never able to realize in his lifetime be more compelling due to their unique and tragic narrative denouement, something that the Bajorans completely lack. Cardassia ultimately endures a fate that be akin to the greatest of Greek tragedies, and in doing so, truly acts as a cautionary tale for all of humanity. One of the first things that jump out to longtime fans of the franchise is the fact that the Cardassians didn't have an origin based upon the original series. They were the relative newcomers to the galactic neighborhood, having been introduced in the third season of the Next Generation episode entitled The Wounded. This, of course, represents Germany, which unified as a nation too late in the game to exploit the world by colonialism, and therefore was in danger of being colonized itself. And so, the Germans, with the highest quality of culture, were forced to play quality against quantity. The Cardassians represent that. And so, from their first portrayal in that episode entitled The Wounded to their eventual role as the primary antagonists in Deep Space Nine, throughout that series in syndication, the Cardassians were conceived with the idea that they were going to be more three-dimensional than any previous alien race. The episode's director, Chip Chalmers, noted, to quote as he, "We introduced a new enemy that's finally able to speak on the level of Picard. They're not grunting, they're not giggling, they're not mutes or all-knowing entities. Here be the Cardassians, who also graduated first in their class, and they're able to carry on highly intelligent conversations with Picard, but they're sinister as hell. It was fun to introduce a whole new alien race." And so in that episode, The Wounded, we see the critical seeds of the more well-known aspects of the Cardassian mindset being planted. Their militarism, their inherent suspicion of outsiders, and their penchant for duplicitousness and strategic maneuvering. Indeed, for Cardassia, the only instrument that can ensure order and security, is a strong nation state bound by common purpose, force of arms, and an unwavering sense of right and wrong that can ward off its enemies, both internal and external. In order to ensure the state's survival, trois institutions were key in Kardassian society: the military in the form of the Central Command, and the intelligence and internal security apparatus in the form of the Obsidian Order. Obsidian, of course, being so black as to reflect light and shine. The shiny blackness of the Schutzstaffel, or the SS, whereas the military represented the Wehrmacht, or the conventional armed forces. As with the Third Reich, the Wehrmacht fought for the nation. The SS fought for the race. However, it be important to remember that although a strong militaristic ethos has always infused Cardassian Germanic culture, the entire race is not uniformly depicted as such. Within the Star Trek franchise, a number of portrayals do indeed add much needed texture and nuance in this regard. Exempli gratiae. In the Season 3 DS9 or Deep Space Nine episode entitled Destiny, there be a marvelous portrayal of Cardassians that have other career paths than ones that aspire to be a Glyn, Gul, or even legate in the Central Command, various ranks of their military forces. As civilian scientists, the characters Ulani Bajor and Gilora Rejal demonstrated that not every Cardassian necessarily desired to join the military or intelligence ranks. Furthermore, as female members of their race, they were able to provide texture and nuance about larger Cardassian gender dynamics, most notably around the idea that since females were perceived to be smarter than their male counterparts, they would naturally gravitate towards the sciences, whereas the males would oftentimes be inclined towards less intellectually rigorous pursuits, such as the military and politics. Now that's truly social progress. And it'd be a shame that the DS9 writers did not carry this fascinating idea forward, because it serves as a reverse mirror of our own society and how women are still woefully underrepresented in STEM, the STEM acronym, acronyms for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields today. It was even shown that consummate career military officers such as Gul Dukat and Gul Madred also had interests and passions for art, archaeology, philosophy, history, and other intellectual pursuits themselves. Indeed, there existed a Kardassian Institute for Art and an entire art movement on the homeworld called the Valonan School that ostensibly emphasized impressionistic art. There were entire genres of diverse Cardassian literature that ranged from serialistic poetry to repetitive epics and enigma tales. And perhaps most telling, there even existed a Cardassian underground dissident movement comprised of academics, scholars, young people, and other idealists who opposed the stranglehold that the Central Command and the Obsidian Order had on Cardassian society and sought to restore the power of the civilian-led Detapa Council. Though nearly all of these unique manifestations of Cardassian culture and thought, through them all there be a singular theme that runs throughout them: the idea that individual needs be subordinate to the collective good of Cardassia. At the heart of this idea to promote the collective good lies the family. Indeed, in the second season DS9 episode entitled simply Cardassians, Kotan Badar noted that we care for our parents and our children with equal devotion. In some households, 4 generations eat at the same table. Family is everything. Thus, it should come as no surprise that someone such as Elim Garak would consider The Never-Ending Sacrifice, which be the title within the Star Trek franchise for a literary epic focusing on 7 generations of citizens devoted in service to the state, to be the finest Kardassian novel ever written. This creed is in essence a variation on the theme that Spock himself espoused in The Wrath of Khan, the movie by that title, and would later become an informal ethos for the Federation itself, all the Federation, and by extension all humanity. That the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. This is why, if Americans allow the Taiwanese to become the Vulcan advisors to a renewed American empire, that would be our ethos as well. But as evidenced by humanity's own history, such an ethos can be manipulated and perverted to justify unspeakable crimes and atrocities, and Kardassian history be no exception. A striking example of how this desire for the collective good can be exploited for terrible ends is witnessing how the Kardassian judicial system operates. In the second season, DS9, 12-part episode entitled The Maquis, Dukat lays out to Commander Sisko its underpinnings, and you get an exchange which, well, I was lucky enough to receive a copy of the screenplay. Sisko says, "They'll be tried for their crimes under the Federation Code of Justice." And Dukat said, "And if they're found innocent?" Sisko said, "I doubt that they will, but if they are, they'll be set free." And Dukat said, "How barbaric! On Cardassia, the verdict is always known before the trial begins, and it's always the same." And Sisko said, "In that case, why bother with a trial at all?" And Dukat said, "Because the people demand it. They enjoy watching justice triumph over evil every time. They find it comforting." And Sisko responded, "Isn't there ever a chance you might try an innocent man by mistake?" And Dukat said, "Cardassians don't make mistakes." Thus, in the view of Cardassian jurisprudence, the individual rights of the accused to face their accuser and the presumption of innocence be completely irrelevant. Their entire concept of justice is precisely inverted from our own in order to vindicate the state, its prosecution, and its methodology in reaching a guilty verdict, because it is simply inconceivable that the state, in its effort to promote the collective good, could ever be wrong. In the penultimate episode of that season, the second to last, entitled The Tribunal, we see in vivid detail how Cardassian justice be implemented. Let me relate an exchange, again from a screenplay I was lucky enough to get a copy of, an exchange between Miles O'Brien and his state-appointed consul in that episode, which be particularly revealing. O'Brien says, "I've been told that I've already been charged, indicted, convicted, and sentenced. What would I need with a attorney?" And Kovat says unto he, "Well, Mr. O'Brien, if it sounds immodest of me, I apologize, but the role of public conservator is key to the productive functioning of our courts, and I'm here to help you concede the wisdom of the state." The very title of the state-appointed consul, Public Conservator, illustrates the extent to which Cardassian justice is conservative in nature and only seeks to uphold a presumed incorruptible status quo. Such proceedings are then broadcast to the citizenry and to young children in particular in order to strengthen their belief and faith in Cardassian institutions and to provide a cautionary example that criminals in Cardassia are always guilty and should only seek the mercy of the court. This dual imperative of breaking the will of the presumed guilty and showing a younger generation the wisdom of such a process is demonstrated most masterfully in the Next Generation's 6th season, 12-part episode entitled Chain of Command. when Madrid not only invites his young daughter to the room where he be torturing Captain Picard, but also when it be shown that breaking Picard's will into recognizing the five lights is what ultimately matters to him, instead of any Federation military secrets. Now, in terms of the Kardassian five lights, that is just basically a kind of prescient. How would I say this? Picard is offered a choice: to remain in captivity for the rest of his life, or live in comfort on Cardassia by admitting he sees five lights. Now, he kept saying, there are four lights, which physically there were. But this is similar to the novel 1984, where how many fingers am I holding up? It doesn't matter what you physically see. It's what you're told you see that you must regurgitate in order to stop the pain. Now, think on this. Picard stubbornly insisting there are four lights. And that's when we really see how eerily prescient this torture episode was. So, when you go on a little tangent here with me, nestled within J.J. Abrams' then new Star Trek movie, well, that was back in 2009. I mean, oh my God, my dad was dead by that time, but not my mother. But when you had that movie come out, you've got nestled within it a standard Hollywood torture scene. Nero, the Romulan antagonist, straps Captain Pike of the Enterprise to a futuristic hospital gurney and demands secret defense codes. Naturally, Pike refuses. So, in a nod to Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, Nero forces a mind control insect down the captain's throat as he stoically recites his name, rank, and serial number. By the way, nobody has a serial number in the American military anymore. They changed it to Social Security number, which sounds like shit. Obviously, the Federation has gone back to a more proper military code separate from your goddamn Social Security number, because you know what that sounds like when you tell the enemy, only my name, rank, and Social Security number. It just sounds real pussy. Now, torture here, as portrayed in the film I'm referencing, which I think was titled Enterprise, if I remember correctly. In that environment, in that scenario, was routine. Not an ethical atrocity, but an item on the blockbuster checklist. And predictable. The captain has the information his interrogator needs, but as long as he's in his right mind, he's able to resist divulging it. But it's too bad J.J. Abrams didn't look deeper into the Star Trek canon for inspiration, because there was that remarkable depiction of torture in Star Trek The Next Generation that be both more sophisticated than the Captain Pike scenario and more pertinent to current affairs than the ticking time bomb set pieces of 24, if you might remember that series. So it's in this episode from the series' 6th season, in which Captain Picard embarked on a mission to destroy a biological weapon and was taken prisoner by the Cardassians. And believing that Picard be privy to strategic military secrets, the Cardassians inject him with a truth serum. And when this technique fails to produce information, they string up their captive in a stress position, strip him naked, and subject him to extreme physical torment, zapping him with a pain-administering device that sets all his nerves alight. He feels like he's on fire. And for good measure, the lead interrogator also devises a test meant to inflict mental anguish. He points 4 bright lights at Picard and asks him repeatedly to say that there be 5. A clear homage to the 4 versus 5 finger sequence in George Orwell's 1984. Now powerful when it aired, circa 1992. The episode was even more resonant circa 2009, when Picard's comrades on the Enterprise learned of Picard's capture. They insisted that the Kardassians abide by the terms of a Geneva-like Solanas Convention. The Kardassians rebuffed the request. The Solanas Convention applies to prisoners of war. Picard will be treated as a terrorist. Now, torture scenes be typically an opportunity to demonstrate a protagonist's fortitude or an antagonist's ruthlessness. In this episode, however, torture was but an exercise in futility. Picard doesn't have the information the Cardassians be after. They can zap him all they want, but they'll never learn the Federation's secrets. Picard states, quite truthfully, that he knows nothing of value, but the interrogator refuses to believe him and to let him go. Torture is thus portrayed not as a reasonable, if barbaric, strategy, but as a waste of time. That is, not really a strategy at all. The extended torture sessions take its toll not just on Picard, but his interrogator as well. The more time the Cardassian spends with Picard, the more he becomes fixated on breaking his prisoner. And so the supposed goal of torture, information, is sidelined, while the means by which the goal will theoretically be achieved, mental submission, becometh an end in itself. As Picard himself puts it, torture has never been a reliable means of extracting information. It is ultimately self-defeating as a means of control. One wonders it is still practiced. The episode acknowledges, however, that even the most determined prisoner be no match for acute suffering. In the last-ditch attempt to break Picard, the Cardassian interrogator offers him a choice. Either state that there be 5 lights and enjoy a life of comfort, or insist that there be 4 and preparest for more torture. Before Picard can answer, 2 Cardassian guards enter and reveal that the Enterprise has brokered the captain's release. "There are 4 lights!" Picard shouts, in what seems like triumph. Later, however, he admits to a fellow officer that he was on the brink of succumbing. "I would have told him anything at all. But more than that, I believed that I could see 5 lights." The interrogator has, in fact, won the battle of wills, though he never had the satisfaction of knowing so. But what exactly has he won? In the end, Picard was willing to tell his captor anything at all and was so distraught that he was willing to believe a transparent falsehood. It follows that any further information would have been hopelessly compromised. The torture scene in the then what was new Star Trek does not glorify the practice, but it doesn't question it either. From the interrogator's perspective, it was an effective way of extracting vital information. For Captain Pike, it's a winnable test. The Next Generation take was darker and more politically progressive. Torture be counterproductive for the interrogator and devastating, both physically and emotionally, for the subject. It does indeed make us one wonder why it still be practiced at all. But then we get the answer. Because all of that was but a way to, of all things, it was an opportunity for the torturer to bond with his young daughter. So, that dual imperative of breaking the will of the presumed guilty and showing a younger generation the wisdom of such a process was demonstrated in that 12-part episode when Madrid not only invited his young daughter to the room where he was torturing Captain Picard, but when it was shown that breaking Picard's will into recognizing five lights was ultimately the end game, instead of any Federation military secrets. And thereby showing his daughter that the state be eternally triumphant, and that the individual have no hope of resistance nor any right to try. Now, such a portrayal be a vivid and poignant reminder of the show trials of Stalinist Russia, the witch hunts of Dark Ages Europe, and the Inquisitions that have marred our own history when governments and regimes have exploited such dubious tactics in pursuit of their own definition of justice. The greatest manifestation of how the pursuit of the collective good can be perverted into something terrible is how the Kardassians acted in their dealings with the Bajorans and the Maquis. First introduced in the Next Generation Season 6 episode entitled Ensign Ro, R-O being the spelling of the name of the ensign, the Bajorans were a race that had been subjugated by the Cardassians 40 years prior in a grand colonization effort, beginning circa 2328 and ending in the year 2369. Now, during this decades-long period known as the occupation, Cardassians engineered a systematic and coordinated campaign of strip mining, forced labor, and genocide to control, dominate, and exploit the people and physical resources of Bajor. Now, those that could escape the devastation being wrought on the surface of Bajor would relocate as refugees throughout the galaxy, and many others would also take his part in the resistance, an organized effort by the Bajorans, using whatever tactics, guerrilla, terrorist, or otherwise, to force the Cardassians to withdraw from their homeworld. The Bajorans would eventually succeed in this goal, as seen in the episode entitled Emissary, the pilot episode of Deep Space Nine. However, the moral compromises the Bajorans had to make in order to achieve this, when taken into context with the harsh conditions imposed by Cardassia, is a striking and sobering commentary on our own current socio-political issues of displacement, resistance, terrorism, and occupation. And this was achieved because it was always intended to serve such a purpose. The producers, Michael Piller and Rick Berman, at the time noted that the Bajorans are the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. But they're also the Kurds, the Jews, and the American Indians. They are any racially bound group of people who have been deprived of their home by a powerful force, who in this case was the Cardassian Empire, the Cosmic Reich. And the producers Mike Piller and Rick Berman added, when you talk about a civilization like the Bajorans, who were great architects and builders with enormous artistic skills centuries before humans were even standing erect, you might be thinking a lot more about Indians than Palestinians. Now, the parallel to the historic plight of Native Americans be especially poignant because it deals directly with another fractious relationship the Kardassians had, this time with the Maquis, Federation colonists who were displaced by the new borders established by the Federation's peace treaty with Cardassia and refused to leave their homes. Now, okay, just checking in on this, getting a private message from Mario, Brendan Zoget, and I'll bring him on for a few minutes later in this evening. Well, not too long from now. Let me finish addressing the points. The Maquis would eventually come to encompass many other Federation settlers caught behind these new borders as redrawn across the stars, as well as disaffected and disillusioned Starfleet officers who felt that the Federation had sold out its own citizens to appease a duplicitous and aggressive adversary. Consequently, the Maquis would actively engage in insurgent and terrorist actions against both the Federation and the Cardassians in defense of their independent nation. Now, Cardassian actions to stamp out both the Bajoran and Maquis resistance were cruel, brutal, and unrelenting. The Empire's desire to secure its own collective good at the expense of others would lead to the deployment of harsh and brutal tactics that oftentimes precipitated the use of such tactics in return and perpetuated a bitter cycle of violence. The irony be that these tactics were ultimately counterproductive for Cardassia. Bajor won its independence regardless, and the Maquis stubbornly refused to be suppressed. As we have witnessed, there be nothing more dangerous than a national ego that has been bruised. It has spawned 2 world wars in our own history and countless other conflicts in the past. So Cardassia, stinging from its own self-perceived weakness in dealing with the Bajorans and the Maquis, and only exacerbated by its recent military losses to the Klingons, would eventually make the ultimate deal with the devil, as perceived by Western humanity. And under the sway of a charismatic leader in the form of Gul Dukat, Cardassia joined the Dominion, with grand notions of renewed national loyalism, in disambiguation from mere patriotism, which simply be opportunism, and of course the goal of restored glory. However, none of this would come to pass. Instead of making Cardassia great again, Dukat's actions would help plunge the entire Alpha Quadrant of the galaxy into a war that would ultimately leave Cardassia completely broken and its people devastated, with over 800 million of its own citizens dead at war's end. Throughout the broad strokes of Cardassian society and culture, it be evident we can see so many parallels to our own history. As we ourselves have witnessed the appeal of patriotism, which simply be an insult in the original Latin, fatherfuckery, of someone who loves their father physically and intimately. Self-pride, the rule of law, the security of order, and the desire for the collective good are all powerful and beneficial motivators, along with true national loyalism, but they can also be corrupted, manipulated, and exploited to justify unspeakable acts in the name of ensuring and preserving those very same things. But the most important aspect of a mirror is how it reflects everything, both the good and the bad. Thus, the most vital component of the Cardassian mirror for humanity is one that actually represents redemption. And in the grand story of Cardassia, there be no other person that better represents redemption than a character named Demar, Initially only introduced as a tertiary character and one that was little more than a background henchman for Dukat, the character of Damar eventually became the embodiment of the entire Kardassian people. The Vork, or the race, as the ultimate archetype of the true national loyalist, again in disambiguation from the father-fucking patriot. The exploitive opportunist, he truly believed that everything done in the name of Cardassia was worth doing, and he personally relished in the brutal excesses and military conquests of the state. But only near the end, when he realized what a terrible cost such an attitude inflicted, both on his people and to him personally, Damar became the catalyst for the Cardassians to openly rebel against Dominion. In doing so, he helped his people break free from the centuries-long cycle of aggression that had finally brought their society to ruin. And much like the symbols of our own history who became martyrs in defense of a greater ideal, Damar's death in defense of the idea that Cardassia could choose its own fate, one that was no longer driven solely by military aggression, was not only his attempt at personal redemption, but also redemption for his entire civilization. When everything's said be done, I cannot think of a greater example of a more powerful allegory in Star Trek than the ones told about the Cardassian people. It containeth every element of humanity's own ugly past and present, touching everything from torture, terrorism, slavery, genocide, colonialism, and xenophobia, all terrible acts that, unfortunately, still haunt us today. But it also balances out this portrayal by showing a race that is not solely defined by these actions. The Cardassians weren't just fierce, prideful warriors. They were passionate poets and writers, talented artists, brilliant scientists, and insightful philosophers as well. And they were also fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. In providing such a rich milieu of depth and complexity, the Cardassians are, by all factors tabulated, the best and most compelling alien race in all Star Trek's franchise, and in the process, they act as the perfect mirror for humanity, reminding us to always be vigilant against our own internal demons, lest they destroy all of us as well. And for those that wish to continue the epic tale of the Cardassians, the Germans of Star Trek, I highly recommend myself the excellent Star Trek books of Una McCormack, a lady whose first name is spelled U-N-A, Una, and her surname is spelled McCormack, M-C, uppercase C, O-R-M-A-C-K. Two C's, the M with the lowercase c as in McDonald's, and the uppercase C to start the final syllables of her surname, McCormack, M-C-C-O-R-M-A-C-K. Her books can be found at her own website, UNAMCCORMACK.co.uk, or unamccormack.co as in company, .uk as in United Kingdom. Now, she's known round Trek literary circles as the Queen of Cardassia, and Miss McCormack exploits her background as a sociologist to further build the world of the Cardassians, the Germans of outer space, particularly in chronicling their struggle and triumphs following the devastating Dominion War. So their culture does not die in defeat. And this is why today, but 48 hours are gone, on, 72 hours by now, on the commemorative memorial date of the Dresden firebombing, you have the president of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, defending democracy, well aware that he was striking a balance. And this is why of course, Germania itself is the superpower of the post-modern world. The world's newest superpower, the moral superpower. On Yom HaShoah in 2017, Israel officially and appropriately had its closing ceremonies at the Ghetto Fighters' House, a museum established by Holocaust survivors shortly after the war, located in the Western Galilee in Israel. But what made this event unique that year was that for the first time an official from United Germany, former President Joachim Gauck, attended that state ceremony accompanying Israel's president, Reuven Rivlin. And what made this even more fascinating was that Germany's presence was to serve more of a moral lift to the nation of Israel, its remaining survivors who be in the twilight of their years, as well as all the world. In the past 75 years since the end of World War II, Germany has transformed itself from being a superpower deemed responsible for committing the worst horror of civilization to becoming the world's moral superpower of the 21st century. Now, this was not an easy transition for the Deutschen Volk. It took a painful process of no less than 7 decades. Germany recognizes that the world has suddenly changed in the last decades, and has taken the lead not to be silent about it. It recognizes there be moral lessons that can be drawn from what by the Germans themselves be deemed their heinous crimes, and Germany is taking responsibility to address them. And this responsibility is both on the governmental level as well as on the micro level. Angela Merkel, the current Chancellor of Germania, has opened its doors to 1 million Syrian refugees. This is extremely contra to Germania's pre-war stance, deemed so cruel, of ejecting the destitute foreign Jew from the East out of the Vaterland, or the fatherland, as well as today's xenophobic policies infecting all of Germany's neighbors. Angela Merkel, who was once an East German citizen herself, internalized United Germany's history and was able to draw lessons from its past. The citizens of Germany are overall on board with her policy, no matter how painful it be to accept 1 million human beings who be predominantly Muslim. Cynics have asserted that Merkel had no choice given the negative population growth of the current country, and that Germany needs to fill the workforce demands. Just as Adolf Hitler did. At the time all Germans were moving up to middle class, someone had to be brought in from Eastern Europe to work the streets and sweep and perform janitorial duties, the custodians of the Reich. The truth today is that to add an additional 1.25% of non-Western peoples to the Vaterland's population is far more than an economic choice. Would these United States be willing to accept 4 million refugees today, which also reflects 1.25% of our current population? A resounding no. Whether it comes to Trump and the Germans lecturing he about the virtues and importance of taking in the refugee, or warning President Vladimir Putin of revanchist Russia of the perils that can be created in Europe by occupying part of another sovereign state, the country of Ukraine. The Chancellor of Germania has invariably become the leader of the world's moral superpower. Germany has learned her lessons, and it was a decades-long process. Unlike other countries that committed atrocities, such as Russia during the Stalinist period,
pre-war Japan, or Turkey during the Ottoman period, and through today, Germania directly confronted her past. Hardly a day goes by in Germany when there is not a television show, a news item that mentions the Holocaust. Walk through any town in Germany and there be markers showing which houses used to be occupied by former German Jews or which locations used to stand a synagogue. Over the decades, the Germans went through an emotional process from guilt and denial to doing a real, well, what the Jews would call a Chibon Hanefesh, to take a stand accounting of their deeds and figuring out how and what to do about it, to make a difference both on the personal level as well as on a global level. This be evident in the way the citizens of Berlin observed Kristallnacht, circa 2016. The observances coincided on the night Trump won the election through Russian hacking. In Germania, there was a candlelight vigil, but Berliners focused instead on the election results and openly expressed shock and dismay that the world was once again swinging to the extreme right, and the United States this time was at the head of the populist-personated elitist wave. And this was especially worrisome, since one can argue that up to that historical point of the election, the United States had already lost its role of being the world's moral superpower since the end of the Revolutionary War, and that role has been diminishing ever since. It must be remembered there was an America long before there was an American Revolution. That from the time that the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock and gave us a European concept of America layered atop that of Native America, it would be maybe over 100 years before there was a constitutional republic. Just as there were Russians long before there was a constitutional entity known as the Soviet Union, and that there were still Russians after that Soviet Union collapsed, there were Americans before there was a constitutional republic established by the Freemasons. These were the Royal Americans, the original Pilgrims. And there will still be Americans of European extraction after this constitutional republic dies due to white supremacy. And there be countries trying to chip at the American superpower status since the downfall of Soviet Union, whether it be military, economic, cultural, or moral. But up until 2016, Trump's hacked into power by Putin, the world was comforted in the foul moral compass that the United States promoted itself as providing. That is, up until 2016, when Germania filled the vacuum by default. Since the end of the Cold War, and more so in the 21st century, Germania is vocal and concerned about the right-swing shift going on with the EU countries, the United States, revisionist Russia, and abroad. Germania criticizes Israel as to some of her policies, but if one listens carefully, she be taking a position from her experience and not criticizing the legitimacy of the Jewish state itself, like so many other countries do. Even the right-wing parties in Germany have difficulty in attaining consistent popularity and realize they must take a more moderate stance. Compare this to Germany's neighbor France, in which Marine Le Pen might have been elected president of that republic but recently. The possibility of a Le Pen being the new president of the French Republic would have been laughed at, but 5 years, half a decade before 2017, but Germania was not silent about this, as opposed to the President of the United States, who beheld an open affinity for Le Pen, as well as other right-wing leaders. Finally, Germania be critical of the right-wing shift concerning her neighbor to the west, Poland. However, for the first time in Poland's modern history, that country is not fearful of a war or retribution on her western front with Germany, but can hear the possible distant beat of war drums from out east, Putin's Russia. What would be most encouraging about Germany's transition is the worldview, the Weltanschauung of its current generation. Today's young people cannot understand how their parents' and grandparents' generation could take us their country, which was a superpower, culturally, militarily, and economically, and take us what they be indoctrinated into perceiving as an evil path to nearly destroy the world. They be aware of their history and have taken it to heart. You can witness how their tennis team reacted circa 2017 when the United States Tennis Association played Germany's anthem during the opening ceremony and disrespectfully included a stanza of the anthem that was sung in pre-World War II Germany. The team was verbally and emotionally outraged. The USTA, the United States Tennis Association, immediately issued apology, but that incident affected the team's play. It makes me wonder if the U.S. team even understands the history behind the American anthem, not to mention knowing any of its lyrics. Germany does understand its history, is continuing to come to terms with her past, and has become the world's moral superpower. It all started with the vision of Konrad Adenauer, Germany's first post-war chancellor, and continued to Chancellor Willy Brandt's Nithal on behalf of the victims of the former Warsaw Ghetto circa 1970 when he fell upon his very knees to beg forgiveness. Germania's example of humility is true Christianity and proves that nations and peoples be capable of change, a hopeful sign for our very planet. And for that very reason, in a positive filtration of the degenerate Victorian concept of morality, Germania must prepare itself for war. Because, as the Vulcans, the Kardassians of Earth, the Germans, the Germani that Caesar encountered and lost his legions thereunto, are now in a position where they be the most socially and culturally advanced peoples on the planet, surrounded by degenerate fools, determined to take us all humanity down the precipice beyond a dark age into extinction of our species. And in order to prevent this, Germany be morally obligated to prepare for war with these degenerate scum that surround the fatherland in a sea of subhuman sewage. Of people so morally degenerate and bankrupt as to not even be worthy of being considered human. Now I'll bring us our man Brendan on and see if we can have him participate with Derek in conversation for a bit, which will give me a bit of a break. And let's add our man Brendan onto the conversation. There we are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how's my sound?
You sound great. Excellent. You must have purchased a headphone or a mic or something.
Oh, no, I didn't have a chance. I didn't have a chance, but...
Yes. I'm going to let you two gentlemen take over for as long as you wish. I'm sure it won't be too long.
I heard that, what you just said.
Good. And before I leave...
Thank you for defending Germany. That's all I'm going to say for now.
Oh, yes. Well, you yourself are of Syrian extraction. You did hear me speak about the taking in of refugees and what the equivalent number would be in this United States.
Right. The Germans are beyond generous, beyond generous.
Thank you. Thank you. And I feel that this will pay off. Honestly, I
It
foresee.
already is actually.
Thank you. And you can go into those details. Is there something I need to know about that before I take off for a few minutes? Tell me what I need to
Oh
know.
no, you can take your break. I just wanted to say thank you for that because it's like
Great.
needs to be said. I mean, really,
Great. Well, I
what the
see.
Germans have been through and all that. Yeah, it's like
Thank you. Well, I foresee a near future in which there will be a reestablishment of Ostprussia or Eastern Prussia, but it will
right,
provide a wonderful resettlement place
right.
for the Muslim Syrians and many others that the Germans have brought in, so that there will be a new nation, a Baltic nation,
And
along with.
with my anecdote about
Yes.
my teacher and how she associates with Germany, like they're more than willing to do that. I'm sure.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
that would be fabulous. It would be a new Baltic nation along the lines of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, part of a new Hanseatic League. And imagine that a Muslim nation in Northern Europe that could be part of this new economic renaissance. Honestly, I foresee nothing but good coming from this. The Germans will not regret it. I'm going to take off for about 10 minutes or so, and I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes. Both of you gentlemen, start telling Mr. Derek about some of the research you've been doing on those foods. And, both of you gentlemen, enjoy yourselves. Thank you so much for
Oh
both
yeah,
of you being
Derek, are
here.
you here? Hello. I didn't
Yeah,
realize.
how's it going, Brendan?
How's it going? Good to
All
talk to
right.
you again. Yep. But yeah, I was just telling Douglas about. I watched this documentary on like basically healing mushrooms, right? And it's like some species of mushrooms like mitakes and reishi mushroom. Um, they're very effective against cancer in vitro, which means like in the in like a scientific lab. So that's definitely something you can do to like help out, like finding like
Like
a good mushroom
recipes too?
supplement.
Yeah, like different mushroom recipes, like the mushroom soup and stuff.
That would help too. Yeah, shiitakes are very good.
Yeah.
What it does is it increases like the immune system, and it allows like the immune system to like rebuild. And they've proven this like in actual medical studies. Like it's not just like folk remedies. It's like actual medically studied now. And a lot of these healing mushrooms that have been used in the East are actually like scientifically proven to work. You know?
Well, when I caught my cancer that quick,
Right.
one thing that I was doing that I know that I was doing wrong is
Mhm.
that I was trying to save money. So they put me in a truck and I'm in a day cab, so I go from hotel to hotel whenever I run out of my hours, and I have a Holiday Inn rewards card, the IHD card. So I go to Holiday Inns, and the Holiday Inns are known for their free breakfast, and their free breakfast
Oh
is
yeah.
mainly biscuits and gravy and bacon.
Yep.
So it's either bacon, or some days they'll have bacon. Some hotels rotate out and do bacon one day and sausage another day. Some have bacon and sausage, every day. But for a whole week, that's
Right.
what I was eating. I was eating biscuits and gravy. I was
Right.
racking up a whole bunch of money, and I was putting the squeeze on what I was spending.
Right. Oh,
by
I don't
just
blame you. I do that with buffets all the time.
Yeah,
You
yeah. They
uh,
were even giving me to-go boxes. Like,
right.
here,
Yeah. Yeah.
take
You
some
just
with
have
you.
to do it sometimes.
And then I was taking a lot of the what do you call the sweet rolls. So they have sweet rolls at Holiday Inn now too. So, and they have little boxes so that you could take them with me. So I take about 3 or 4 of those throughout the day after stuffing myself with bacon in the morning. And I think after a week of that, that's when my body said, okay,
Right.
we're going to start giving you some signs to cut this shit out.
Right. And
Yeah,
I heard you
but
too.
I had read an article that said bacon is just as dangerous as asbestos. So
Yeah, it is. I mean, I used to eat bacon at one point, and like, yeah, it's one of the best. Like, it's bad for you because it tastes so good. It's one of those things. It's like
yeah.
donut shit.
But I love mushrooms too. So mushrooms would be
Right.
like the total opposite. If I had been eating, if we had free mushroom soup instead of bacon,
Right.
I probably it probably wouldn't have spread yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Try hitting
Yeah.
up like some Indian food too, because like
Yeah. Some
turmeric
what
is good.
food?
Some like Indian food,
Oh
like
yeah, I love
you
Indian
can
food.
handle that. Oh yeah, you like it. So like some people like it. I like it. So yeah, it actually is very healing if you have any kind of like health problems. Like when I
I
get
can
sick, I'll
tell.
go there, eat the
I go to a
turmeric.
I go to a buffet out here called the Clay Pot, and there's
Ooh,
a Clay Pot Indian buffet, and I can tell that some of those and plus there's
they
nothing
probably
hard
cook
to
out of
chew.
like stuff.
Yeah, everything at the Indian buffet is like it's soft.
Right, right. Are you still there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I go to an Indian buffet around here, or like multiple of them. You know, like I don't go, too often, but when I do, it's like they have some pretty good stuff for vegetarians. So like, it's for me, it's better, than to go to like a conventional buffet where it's like all meat stuff.
Right.
Right. So it's like, but that's good for healing because there's a lot of turmeric and the clarified butter like ghee, and
Yeah.
that stuff's very good for immune system and like rebuilding the body too. But they just like cook with it, so it's interesting.
I've used some of that
All those
before. You know, the best place to get that is around here is Aldi's. Aldi's has that clarifying
Oh, you
butter.
guys have all these around you. Nice.
Yeah.
That's a German grocery store, right, Christian?
Yes, yes, and it was created after their economy crashed, and it
Mm-hmm.
was made to give them a cheap place to buy stuff. So
Right.
now
It's very
Aldi is still the cheap place, but they've gotten smart and created a high end. They got some high end brands up in there. So now, if you wanted to get some real expensive cheese, some real nice cheeses, and even they
right.
rotate them out.
Right.
You can go in there and go to make sure you go to Aldi's. If you're saying, well, I'm not going to lower myself by going to Aldi's, don't say that. Go check them out and see what they have. Aldi's, they have a
It's like
lot
a
of
German
discount stuff,
discount
but they
shop.
have
It's very good. Yeah.
right. But they went and picked up they rotate stuff in. So like if you get some good Gatorades and a lot of good name brand stuff,
Right.
they'll get it while supply they'll do like while supplies last type
Mm.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That place. I wish there was one near me because I would work there. I tried to find one. The nearest one's like in LA. It's like way too far.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I love them. We have them. We have them in Chicago. Then I moved down here to Nashville. We have them down here in Nashville too. I call it the grocery store that's named after my report card in high school, Aldi's.
all these. Oh my god, that's a good one. I like that.
Oh, but I went and got me some CBD oil today. So I got me some CBD oil. I got me some CBD salve to put on my face that's kind of swollen over here.
Right.
And I
It
went.
works. It works.
I had me a big adventure today. They actually sell CBD joints. So
Yes.
and the lady kept calling them the flower, like the little bud. So she had
Yeah.
the bud in a jar, and she sold me that. And I seen that she had some already rolled ones. I said, well, I'd probably be better off getting an already rolled one because now I don't have to go get me a razor blade and a Swisher Sweet and cut it open and sprinkle this big old bud up in there. I could just get me an already rolled one.
Right. It's
And
better to go with that if you don't.
yeah, so I came here and lit that one up, and I guess it lit up the whole house and disturbed my wife. So she sprayed a bunch of
It's still pretty strong, probably. Yeah.
yeah,
But it's just like, it has like CBD only. I've like seen that stuff before.
right. So it's just CBD. So in Tennessee, it's illegal to sell the THC. I guess there's like such a minuscule amount of THC in it that there's like still, even though weed is illegal in Tennessee, they still have like a legal limit of THC that's allowed to be in the CBD. So whatever it is, it didn't affect me.
That's interesting. That it can be so you can get around it actually in other states. Because I think like smoking the CBD one is actually better, like than the THC version. It's like more healing, actually.
Yeah.
So like
Well, I
cannabis.
see, because it cleared out my lungs. If I ever had a cold,
Yeah.
I would definitely, get some of that stuff.
Right. No, that stuff's good. And Daniel Arola, he said Aldi's is a great store. It's worth every penny. I know. I wish there was one near me. I'd go there. There is a Daiso near me, if you've ever heard of Daiso.
No, I
It's
haven't
like a
heard of that.
Japanese dollar store type thing.
Okay.
Right. But yeah, like those mushrooms are definitely a good idea. Let me see if I could find those. Like, oh, it was called a cordyceps. Have you ever heard of a cordyceps?
No, I haven't heard of those. I've heard of shiitake because
Right.
I've
Shiitakes are the edible, or like those are like culinary. Those are really good. Like you can put them in food and like soups.
well, yeah, those are the ones I use for my omelets and
Yep,
yeah, that's why I probably just need
that's
to make
bomb.
some.
That's probably a bomb omelet, a shiitake omelet.
Oh yeah, I put that in there with some spinach, the mushroom omelet, then I put a lot of cheese in there. But
Yeah, a cordyceps is like a mushroom that grows out of a caterpillar's head, and then when you take the cordyceps, it boosts your body's like stamina and stuff, and like immune system. And same with kombucha. If you can stomach the kombucha, that stuff's really good too.
oh yeah, I like that stuff. I've tried some of that, but I've taken to date doing the apple cider vinegar every morning. Just apple
Good,
cider vinegar and
good.
water.
It's really good.
Yeah, I don't do
That'll
this whole.
change, like,
I
the
don't do that
pH of
whole
your
crimson
body.
formula thing. I just mix it with the water.
Yeah, because it's strong. That stuff's like, I have it too. I drink it once in a while, and it's really strong. If you just take it direct, it's like too strong.
Yeah, I mix it with water.
Yeah, some people do the honey. Some people mix it with tea.
Yeah.
It's like people have their preparations, but I do it like you do. Yeah, just like water and then down it real quick. Just like drink it. But like the cordyceps is a crazy thing. I don't know like exactly if it's like a parasite or a mushroom, but it grows in China, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, speaking of parasites, there's a video that Douglas had sent me to where a guy had got some parasite medicine meant from a veterinarian, and that actually helped reduce his cancer. And the reason he knew about it is because I guess there was a lady who was going to do an experiment on her rats. She was a scientist, and all her rats that had cancer had these parasites. So she wanted to cure the parasites before she started on the actual cure, whatever experiment she was going to do for the cancer. And it turns out that after she cured them of the parasites, the cancer disappeared.
Whoa. Yeah,
So
that's good too, to like do a cleansing regime, like a parasite cleanse or something.
Right. But it was something that she got from the veterinarian, something that they only use on animals.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah. So he actually went to a veterinarian and got the parasite cleansing stuff and used that along with his CBD oil, and it totally took out his cancer.
That's wild. Wow. I believe it. I mean, I believe it. Because, like, there's stuff, like, that they give to animals that, like, we can't use, or, like, it's illegal for humans. Like, one good example that people would know of is, like, ketamine. It's used for, like, anesthesia. And they do use it on humans, too. But it's not as, like, common.
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell you about my operation. When I got this port put in my chest, they gave me fentanyl, and besides giving me fentanyl, they gave me something that I forget what they compared it to, Ritalin or something, or they gave me something that kept me semi-awake.
Right.
So I was semi-awake and semi-sleep while they were operating on me, and they had to cut me open and put this port in my chest, and this port is like right up here, just like basically under my chin, but it's
Well,
but it goes. It's on my chest, but it has a tube that goes up through my jugular, over on top of my heart. And whenever I go for chemo, which I'm going for chemo tomorrow, they're sticking the needle into this thing, and it's gonna immediately go through this tube and put all the medicines that they put in me over my heart. Then my heart's gonna pump it through the rest of my body. So
right.
when they cut me open to put this on this port on the inside of me, and it's underneath my skin. It's kind of So it's kind of. It looks like a button, like a tactical flashlight where you the on and off button.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like I got one of those sticking up in my chest, like I got an on and off button tactical flashlight thing. Well, that's underneath my chest, but that's where they stick the pin. Well, when they cut me open, and they put me under this. They told me I was going to be semi-conscious. Right. I could hear them talking while they were operating on me. So I could listen to them, and my eyes were closed, and I was asleep, but I could listen to them talk, and I couldn't make out what they were saying. But I heard someone say the word donut. So then I yelled out, being the comedian that I am, even though I was out asleep on the table, I yelled out, "I know you guys are going to slave me a donut." And then they all started laughing. And they started talking like, "Oh my God, he can hear us." And so,
really said that. You actually said that.
Yes, I really said that. Yeah, and I could hear the lady because they had a anesthesia lady there monitoring me, and she kept yelling out, "Fentanyl 25." And whenever she said that, my eyes would like roll back in my head, and then I would wake back up. And then I would hear her yell out, "Fentanyl 25," and then my eyes would roll back in my head. And I said, "Oh, okay, these people are pumping me full of fentanyl, but they're doing it in like very small doses and kind of letting me wake up and then putting me back out and letting me wake up and put me back out."
Right, because anesthesia is like very, they take it very seriously. Yeah, like I recall that same experience when I was getting my teeth taken out. But like, did you have to be like awake to the point where they needed you to like talk to them?
No.
Oh, okay. Because sounds hard.
I don't even remember opening my eyes or trying to open my eyes. I was just like, out. But I just heard the word. I just heard the word donut, and so I just yelled out, "I know you guys are gonna save me some donuts."
That must have been pretty funny, actually. They're like talking about donuts. Like, are you not saving me a donut? Like, that must have been funny to them, maybe.
Oh yeah, I heard them laugh. They all laughed.
Yeah. That's wild. That must be a crazy job having to anesthesia people. Like, that must be crazy. I mean, they make good money, but that's still like nuts. Like,
yeah. Well, I have one of those jobs to where when I get on the whole road with hazardous materials, other people's lives are in my hand, and that's probably why I'm so mellow. You got to be mellow through and through. You just can't have road rage. You know what I'm saying? You just got to let it go. So I think the reason I'm so mellow is because I have one of those jobs to where other people's lives are in my hand. Right. So I think that's a little bit too. Anesthesia is a little bit too much responsibility because if someone dies, it's on you.
Right, and you can see those people out there that have like they have that vibe around them, and it's because you're right, because they actually have to do something that's like, like lives are at risk, like you're saying. Makes sense.
Well, I heard that whenever someone gets medevaced somewhere, the helicopter pilot is not allowed to know who it is that he's medevacing.
Really? I wonder why.
Well, because it could be his mother, it could be his brother, it could be his, or it could be his enemy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So either way it goes, I think I don't know whether that's an actual rule or a general rule or just a protocol that they follow.
Is that so they don't get like disturbed and like trying to fly faster or something, or like?
Yes.
I don't know.
Create like a dangerous situation.
Yes, that's definitely the reason. And Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So, you gentlemen can catch me up with a debriefing what was discussed while I was gone, if you feel it's even
I was
relevant that
talking
I.
diet, like right diet, and um, some healing mushrooms that you might know about, like cordyceps.
Oh,
Derek
cool.
was telling us about his experience, like medically. So
Oh, great. Well, I want both of you gentlemen to know that we've maintained the people watching, so you haven't lost any audience, which is actually new. This is like the
that's
first
good.
time
That's
that
good.
this is the first time that I've left and we haven't had a dive or a dip in the
It's
audience.
all
So,
Derek. He's more interesting. I guarantee it.
it's both of you. You're both doing great. Let me take a look through the chat room. There's this guy named Derek Talley in there. He says that the singing of the removed stanza in the national anthem. Do we have any stanzas removed from our national anthem? I don't remember.
I've heard that. I don't know. It might be true. I'm not
Yeah, the one where they say, "No escape from the grave."
right.
From I thought that's what you were bringing that up, Douglas.
What?
Where when that
Right.
happened in Germany, that should happen. And people were upset because they were singing the pre-World War II national anthem, a stanza that was removed. I said, well, that should be the same thing that should happen in the United States when we sing our. Because I remember that Rosie O'Donnell, was it? Uh, yeah, one of them Rosies. She spit at the national anthem. I don't think she shouldn't have done that. She should have, if she really wanted to protest, she should have sung the whole national anthem, and even the one that they removed, which was "No escape from the grave for the hireling or the slave and the
Right,
slave."
right.
Yeah.
So that was. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, my apologies. I didn't get it right away, but it finally, my brain processed it. And I believe now. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Now I don't expect either one of you gentlemen to remember, but maybe someone in the chat room will. But I thought it was Roseanne Barr, wasn't it? Roseanne
Yeah,
Barr.
that's it. That's it. Bars, but Roseanne Barr. I keep getting my Rosies mixed up.
Right, and she herself is a flaming racist. That's what's so bizarre about it. And so she either she changed or she was always like that. I suspect she was always racist, but just has been more vocal about it under Trump because she feels, empowered or protected under Trump, etc. Yeah, she was protesting the national anthem. It may have been for different reasons than you and I would protest the national anthem. She may have been protesting perhaps because she was under some delusion that white people were being oppressed or something. But did she try to bring up that lost stanza or
No,
the?
she didn't. She didn't because what she did was I remember it because this is way before Colin Kaepernick. I remember being offended myself, but she spit. She purposely messed up the song and started singing off key, and then started singing in a real gruff voice, and then threw down the microphone and spit like she was disgusted with having that song in her mouth.
Ah, right. I remember that, and people were saying that. People were saying that she should have been shot and everything else. I remember she was really.
Yeah, I didn't go that far, but see, if I had known then about the missing stanza that was in our national anthem, that would have been the perfect protest. If you were going to protest, saying the missing stanza in the national anthem that we took out here in America,
Right.
you
No.
know.
Yeah. Excellent point. Excellent point. If the Germans had known about that, they could have sung that in retaliation. Yes. Yes. That's exactly the case with the tennis team that I was discussing. What should have been an open option to them, but we're all ignorant of each other's histories. That's part of the problem. Is that at the same time, it's a problem and it's not. I mean, we all have distinct cultures, and those distinct cultures are still the primary narrative in our lives. But what makes it inexcusable for America is the fact that America is indeed a global empire. And as a global empire, it really has no excuse. It should know everyone else's cultures to the extent that it does not offend them. That's almost like ignorance of the law is no excuse. So that's an excellent example with Roseanne Barr. And there's so many things to take from that, including the way she degenerated to the point where she did, using various racial expletives and the like. And as for there's another. Since you were speaking of the medical issue, there's another medical. What would they call it? An imperative. There's a medical imperative that MDs they're not allowed to operate on relations like wives or mothers or fathers, etc. Because the same concern is that will lead to stress factors that they would fuck up the procedure and the operation. So as for enemies, of course, since the doctor's theoretical vow is to do no harm, if the doctor feels he cannot resist doing harm to someone who's in his care, then theoretically he's supposed to refuse providing that service at all. And as for these medical medevac pilots, it would be the same kind of reasoning. Were you gentlemen discussing Kobe Bryant? Is that what brought that up? The helicopter pilots or something else?
Oh no.
Oh no. No, we weren't.
Having to do with people that hold so much responsibility that lives are at risk, and he was bringing that up as an example.
Okay, and so why were you gentlemen discussing so many lives?
Because we were talking about the anesthesiologist.
That's
and
right.
Then the importance of how they hold the lives of people in their hand. And then I compared that to my job as a truck driver.
Right.
Whenever I get on the road, I have people's, lives basically in my hand. And I said, that's why I'm pretty much so mellow and laid back and not always wound up in a rage,
Oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Honestly, it's so true. It's so true. My gang brother Beaver had this stereotype. I'm sure he still has a stereotype because, of course, he drives a lot. And when I was providing care provision for both of my parents, I paid him an enormous amount of money to help us, primarily with driving, but many other things to assist in care provision. He was the guy who essentially provided me whatever break I could get. And his stereotype about truckers was that the majority of them, this was his stereotype, of course. He said the majority of them are just so fucking stupid they don't appreciate how dangerous their position is and how, just how dangerous it is to be doing what they're doing. That was how he felt about it. He couldn't imagine someone maintaining a true sense of awareness of just how dangerous it was because he felt the stress would just kill them. But it's, as you say, it's like with, though of course I know for a fact there's plenty of stupid truck drivers, and I'm sure you would agree with me on that. That's not every one of them, and certainly not that's necessarily even the majority. But maybe you could give us some hints on that. But in terms of the truck driving responsibility, it's incredible. It's incredible the power that is in a trucker's hand. I mean, this is like. This is why they're like submariners. When they were analyzing, when I was taking those courses at the through the OSHA Lifelong Learning Institute in the mini med school at UCSF, they were talking about the stress jobs that were the most stressful in the world and how people would respond to them physically and how they had to adapt to them. And they discovered that there were people who were able to go into kind of like a almost like a somnambulistic or almost sleepwalking state and do their jobs without thought. And one of the perfect professions in which that was kind of developed to its apex was submariners, because in the submarine, you're all working as a crew together and you have to work as a team almost automatically. Like none of you are thinking, you're just literally working in unison. And of course, if any of you really fuck up, then the submarine, of course, basically experiences what is euphemistically termed as crush depth, or basically the submarine just collapses in itself. It implodes. The pressure, of course, would have everyone die horribly within minutes that would seem like an eternity. So the submariners face this constant threat of this horrible death, and as a result, they learn to really lower the stress levels and they learn to control themselves to the point where their blood pressure is like almost controlled. So they're almost like monks. Almost they learn a kind of meditative, almost monastic sense of self decompression of breathing. The breathing rate goes way down. Now, compared to that ability to adapt to stress, the people with the shortest lifespans, who had the absolute highest rate of fatalities in the world, the people who just literally died on the job, the worst job in the world, they said was the job I was doing. All the research, they said it was care provision. Care provision is like, they said your average person can't work care provision for more than a few days, and then literally most people just say, I can't do this anymore. Give them a few years, and it takes like 10 years out of their life. For every year you work in care provision, it takes literally like at least minimum 3 years out of your life. So they measured this down to the genetic level, and found out that the very strands of their DNA were unraveling for care providers. And then that's why when I see doctors and they find out what I did for 10 years with my parents, 11 actually, I've always told the same thing. They can't even believe that I'm in the state of health I'm in, which is, comparatively speaking, they said I have the health of an athlete, whereas everyone else around me, my age, they say, is just basically a shit show. Diabetics and everything else. But then, of course, I've got the cheat. I've got that nanoplasma inserted by that Dr. John Henry Hadman. And, I tell doctors about it, and, they're fascinated, but there's nothing they can really do to test it, or they have no idea what to do with that information. So they just let it go. But as for yourself, I would think truckers fall kind of into that submariners type of state. I take it that's what you do when you're driving and the like. Yes.
Not really, because if I need to get some sleep, I'll get it. If I have to pull over and take a 20-minute nap, I'll take it. Yeah, because it's easy to get hypnotized on the road, and see the stereotypical trucker that your gang brother was talking about. You'll meet them at the truck stops, and when you meet them at the truck stops, what they're going to do is they're going to brag about how they cheated on their log books. Which is impossible to do now because everything's going electronic. But these old school ones, where all they do is just haul freight back and forth, back and forth. They get paid a low rate per mile, but they make a whole lot of money because they found ways to cheat the system, or go past the scale and make it look like they've only worked. Make it look like they've only worked 8 hours because they have an extra logbook, and they really worked 15 hours, and they're you can only do this for so long, and eventually it's gonna catch up with you.
Yeah.
And right before I moved from Illinois or down here to Tennessee, there was an Illinois state trooper who was killed by a truck driver that did just that. He went from Chicago to Omaha, Nebraska, back to Chicago. And of course, if he had never gotten in an accident, he would have went back and bragged to all his buddies. Yeah, I went to Omaha, Nebraska, and back in record time, and made all this money, and brag about the money he made. And it's just pathetic. It's pathetic. There's nothing to brag. You know what? Driving that type of hours, over 11 hours, there's nothing to brag about. I mean, it's only a matter of time before it catches up with you. And he fell asleep and ended up killing an Illinois state trooper.
Oh, man. Oh, thank you for sharing that. It's a horrible object lesson, and I'm so glad that they're digitizing. I'm sure that there's faults and glitches even with the digital system, but still it helps. And I do know that many truck drivers were infamous for basically doping with, of course, methamphetamines and various other stimulants. They used to call them pocket rockets. I don't know if you ever ran into that kind of subculture, but I'm sure you knew of it.
Yeah. And even the stuff they sell at the truck stops, is awful. It's no better. But you do have the black market that goes beyond the power of some of the stuff that they sell at the truck. But in my line of trucking, you're not going to see that. In my line of trucking, you're going to see a higher grade trucker. We haul liquid hydrogen. We're basically driving big bombs on the truck, so we get paid a lot of money, and so it doesn't pay for us to. I get nothing by cheating my logbook.
Right.
And, I take my time, and now if I have to cheat my logbook in order to make money, I'm working at the wrong job.
Yeah.
If I've got to break the law and cheat in order to make a decent paycheck, I'm at the wrong place. I got to keep looking. So luckily, I'm in the cryogenics business, which is the business I love. Cryogenics. So I'm in the right trucking business for myself. I love tankers. I'll tell anyone who's thinking about getting into truckers, I'll tell them that tankers is the way to go. Yeah. Tankers and hazmat. But now hazmat has gotten so much harder to get because now you have to do the fingerprint and the background check and the all the extra stuff.
Right. But your career has been remarkable. And I was talking with Derek about the movies that inspired him. And I know there was more than one version, I swear, but maybe I'm wrong on this, of the movie Convoy. Was it just one version, or wasn't there two?
I don't even remember the movie because I just remember the, honk, honk, rubber ducky,
Yes. Yes. But the movie definitely, there was certainly the movie Convoy had a, if I remember right, wasn't it a black African American lead character, or was I wrong on that? Or maybe this.
Well, he wasn't the lead, but he was next to Chris Christopherson, and then they had a lady in there, black lady.
Okay.
In there too. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And what was her role? What was the black lady's role? Was she just kind of like a waitress who had like hopped on the truck?
No, she had a truck.
She was a trucker.
She was a lady trucker.
Right.
On that road trucking it.
That's right. Yes, so they did do that, and so that was remarkable. And yes, that was a very powerful song. It was very popular and influential, and I know that they've done several types of videos where they've also spliced it to make it almost a different story, which is fun. But and I often confuse it with. Oh, I forget the one with Burt Reynolds. What was the one I was thinking of with Burt Reynolds that had?
Oh, you're thinking of Smokey and the Bandit.
Thank you. And yes,
which was still a fun movie because I love them chase movies. Yeah.
Yes. And so in terms of what else comes to mind, Brendan? Yes, Brendan, our man Derek was just talking about cryogenics. Tell us what the physicists have. They pulled another hair out of their ass. And tell us what's going on about why we have no intelligent signals from outer space.
I knew you'd like that one. Yeah, that was wild. Basically, the latest and the greatest information from the physicists is that it's from this article called "A New Theory on Why We Haven't Found Aliens Yet," and then the subtitle is get this, maybe they're sleeping. Okay, and this is on I don't remember what. See, it's on from Slate. It says Slate, but they did cite. It's not like a joke article. It's a real article, and basically, the physicists are saying that the aliens, because they can't find any evidence of them as far as radio waves, nothing, they have no physical evidence of aliens and extraterrestrials. They're saying that they're so advanced that the aliens are now hibernating because they're going to wait till the universe is less hot, it cools down more. And then that will allow them to be more efficient in using, somehow it equates to being more efficient in space travel and various other things because the universe would be colder at a later period in time. So that was they're so advanced that they're in hibernation until that point because they think it's going to be more efficient for when they wake up and the universe is colder and denser or something. What do you think about that? I mean, what do you think about that? Just
Oh, you know damn well what I think about that. How does that strike you, Derek? What's the first thing that comes to your mind
And
when you?
then, yeah.
Well, maybe they're not aliens; they're humans from the future.
Yes, well, that's what I've always said
Right.
is that, but this, of course, is something different. We're not getting any signals, of course, because
And it's
it's.
based off of Fermi's paradox or something. So,
Oh yeah, well they always bring that up, but as I said,
right.
that's really Fermi was just ripping off Emperor Hirohito, who presented that
Hmm.
question first with his demand,
Interest.
yeah, for the Americans to essentially surrender. And the Hirohito's question was that you see, at that point in 1945. Hirohito, of course, was well known across the world to be a renowned marine biologist. Not simply a marine biologist, but someone who had actually discovered a new species. It's not like with today, with satellite technology and so much else, we're discovering thousands of new species, literally hundreds in a day, on almost any given day. And so, in terms of now, many of these species, of course, are microscopic, and many of them are, we're looking at them through super microscopes, etc.
Which
And
reminds me, I
yeah,
did
go.
send you that article. I know you were probably talking, so if it interrupted you, I'm sorry. But the article where they found the fish that live in caves, like the biggest ones they've ever found.
Oh, is that what
And
that is?
yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
tell us a summary of that. Yes, tell us about that.
Okay, yeah. So basically, they found these fish in a cave in India. It was like a pretty deep cave,
Wow,
and it's 20 times the size of any other cave fish they've ever found. And
amazing.
in the Nat Geo article, they basically stated that in underground water bodies there could be even larger fish.
Yes.
So when you talk about like the inner Earth, and there's actually big fish down there. Like
Yeah.
there could
Thank
be.
you.
And
Thank you.
they're starting to find out more about this because we've obviously never been below the Earth. I mean, you know. Anyways, as far as science goes,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, or rather, what you mean to say, as far as extant surface civilizations
yes,
have never
thank you.
penetrated very deep into the earth in a manner in which we could retrieve and retain information.
Right,
You got some people who have come back from the inner earth and they're half crazed and nobody believes what they say anyway.
right,
Poor
right,
bastards. And so, but they're raving about things like giant fish, and stuff like that, and everybody says, "Oh, geez, poor soul, yeah, God knows, fucker probably inhaled toxic fumes. It's the
right,
toxic fumes like those miners get, when they're trapped
right.
in the mines, and But there you have it. But what does this also bring to mind? It brings to mind, of course, the intuitive knowledge that we all have that was demonstrated by films such as Journey to the Center of the Earth, in which people are going deeper into the
Mm,
earth and they're basically encountering primeval creatures that are essentially gigantic. They're like dinosaurs. And
right.
this is essentially what we're and what is being we're given a hint of this by what's just been substantiated in an irrefutable manner. So we have enough evidence now where they can definitively say, gee, there's these big fish down there that we've never encountered before. And it's interesting that it's in India because you see this ecosystem is, so far as we can see, seems
Hmm.
to have not been damaged by all the toxic shit on India's
Right.
surface. I mean, India,
There are
as you
wilderness. I mean, they still have wilderness.
thank God. Well, thank God. I know, but there's it's
But I agree with you. I mean, I'm
yeah,
not disagreeing
yeah, no, I know you of all people would know. I
because
mean,
they make all kinds of uh, they have a lot of heavy metal pollution. Let's just say that.
yeah. Oh God, it's awful. It's awful. I
Right.
mean, you know that that's where all the ships go to die, and they strip them, and
Right.
all that shit.
In
It's
in
just
one of those films from that one, the bald guy, he goes to Mumbai or something, and he goes to this one part of the market where tourists don't go,
Mhm.
and it's just dudes taking like cutting cars apart to recycle them,
Oh
like
God.
thousands and thousands of cars, just people like cutting them open with no protection, like getting all like the dust and insulation and plastic in their lungs and shit.
Oh shit.
It's crazy.
Oh my God! I mean, I don't even
Yeah.
want to think about it.
Yeah.
By the way, we're not even going to bring up the guy's name or talk about him right now
No,
because I
please
just
don't.
don't want to
Yeah.
give him. I just don't want to
I
give him
hate doing it, but it's like that's where I saw it. I mean, yeah.
But by the way, there are other people who have taken his journeys who are far less obnoxious. And
Yes,
there are
exactly.
young men that I've seen who have gone across the Sahara on that train, riding these, the cars for free rather than getting into some passenger train, which they say is just you can't sit in it anyway because it just reeks of urine. You wonder why, because it doesn't seem like anyone's ever sat in it. But they say it reeks of urine, so it must be like homeless people just crawl in there and urinate and defecate and then leave or something, because I mean, the train always looks empty, the passenger shit, because everybody's riding for free in the carts that have all the coal and shit going
Right.
across the
Yeah.
Sahara.
Yeah.
So
When they went to this train station, it was like totally shuttered, and it was just like the dudes that were part of like the business train,
yeah.
the free train. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. So what
I
we're
mean, I might do it if I were to be in that situation. I would take a free train, but
well,
it's like they're going like 50 miles an hour in the open with an open car
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
desert.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And of course you have to have sleeping bags. You have to have, enough.
Right. He had like a coat that was like Siberian status.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have enough insulation, or you're not going to survive. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah.
but it definitely. Aside from that, I want to thank both of you gentlemen. I'll start monologuing again from here. If either one of you gentlemen want to bring up some stuff now, I mean, do both of you feel free to hang out, and of course go ahead and jump in. Both of you can just listen casually, but anytime you feel like you want to just jump in, just go ahead, and I encourage you to do that. Before either of you, I let either of you go into a more casual mode. However, definitely want to thank Derek for emphasizing the fact that he couldn't go into the kind of post-ictal state. That's the term they use for people who have suffered from spasms. They go into like a post-ictal state. That's kind of like it's somewhat similar to that state that the submariners go into when they go into combat mode, and they just go on automatic pilot and they do everything on autopilot. Like Derek said, he can't do that because he's driving and he's interacting with incoming stimuli and potential threats on the road. So yeah, he actually has to be alert. I remember that jerk, James Arthur Yanchik. He was the greatest fucking parasite. He would call and try to get myself or whatever. He did this to Keith Call once. He'll just victimize someone throughout the night, keep him on the phone and talk to them throughout the night so they can keep him awake throughout his long drive as a trucker. And I thought that was so selfish, so exploitive, and so what an asshole. And it's just like, obviously Derek would never exploit anyone like that. So it's like, it's just basically you just balance out your sleep with your activity, as I would assume, right, Derek? You're not. I mean, if you do take drugs to keep yourself awake, I guess you wouldn't say that on air, but I mean, obviously, I would have no qualms about doing so. But I suppose Red Bull would be like the equivalent thereof. It's legal, but honestly, you drink that shit, you're not going to fall asleep, or unless, of course.
I double my coffee. So when I make coffee in the coffee room, I put like 2 bags in the coffee maker. So and I put a teaspoon of extra virgin coconut oil, cold pressed coconut oil in my coffee cup. So I make extra strong coffee, and I put the extra virgin cold pressed coconut oil in my coffee cup, and that's good enough for me. I don't need to take anything beyond that.
That's incredible.
Right, that's like a real energy drink right there. Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, if I took that, I would probably be pissing out of my asshole within minutes. I mean, I'm getting nauseous.
You're not a coffee person?
No, I'm not a coffee person, and I'm certainly not a coconut oil person. I mean, oh God, that would just go right through me. Yeah, glad Derek can handle it. Oh my God, and yeah, thank you for sharing that. And now you've given everybody a hint of what they can do to stay up for exams. Brendan will be taking advantage of that now too.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't drink coffee, or I would. I love coffee, but it's giving me. I basically like had some health effects from it, and I can't drink coffee anymore.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, yeah, definitely.
Okay, I still have tea. I mean, it's like I can live with that.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's hard to imagine living without caffeine. I mean, caffeine is really what
Well,
what
yerba
makes.
mate is stronger than coffee in my opinion, so I drink that if I need like some study help or something. Wake up
Oh,
with.
yes, yes. You know what? I'm surprised that anyhow, you do know, of course, that yerba
Yeah, you
mate.
told me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'll say it again for the sake of our listeners and
Oh
for
yeah, of course.
Derek in case he doesn't know this. The yerba mate, of course, is this wonderful tea, but it's really not so much tea as it's basically kind of like, for lack of a better word,
Like a
vegetarian
tree or something.
cocaine. And and everybody in Argentina drinks it, and they drink it all day. And this is why Argentinians, it's a big part of their life, and it was one of the things that their version of cowboys. I forget what they call them, but the men who use the bolos, and they have a lot of cattle in Argentina. It was how they stayed awake through their long journeys and their version of cow herding or whatnot. And but in terms of what it does do is that you test positive for cocaine in drug tests. Because of drinking yerba mate, and so for that reason, Argentinians who
It
came up
might have
north,
like similar alkaloids or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's a similar effect, really, to tell you the truth. And Argentinians that were coming to the United States couldn't find employment because they kept testing positive for the drug tests, and they found out it was yerba mate. They weren't all like cokeheads. So I'm
Hmm.
assuming that where Brendan works, that they're not doing any drug tests in any
Yeah.
of the jobs you've had recently,
All
right?
the people that work there are like ex drug addicts. I mean, I'm not even being mean. It's like
Just the way it
they
is.
probably still do some of them.
Yes, okay. So what they're doing is they know that if they took drug tests or administered drug tests, that they'd be out of staff. They'd basically be out of staff, and
Yeah, that's basically where Walmart is at this point. Yeah.
yes, yes, that's
But
that.
if you look it up online, they'll be like, "Yeah, there's a drug test," and then you go in and there's no such thing.
Yeah, the drug test is probably for the manager. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
That's how it is. Yeah.
yeah, that's there you go. That's why it's a good idea not to become a manager. I mean, then your whole life just becomes the
Yes.
job, yeah, and then you have to stay clean, yeah, and who wants that,
Right.
right?
All right. See.
So, yes, so let's go take a look at what's going on in the chat room. And
I did have I had an, what is it called? An observation. Someone
Sure.
was saying about Sinn Féin taking over Ireland and reinvading like Northern Ireland,
Uh-huh, yeah,
and
yeah.
I was just laughing about that. Like, hopefully
Oh, yeah, yeah,
they take back Northern Ireland and they reunite. I mean, that would be interesting.
well, I think they're gonna, yeah, I mean, I think that would be fun.
But I think they're more than willing to just do it
I was,
without any war.
I was about
Yeah.
to say, yeah, it's an interesting scenario, and I'd certainly, enjoy seeing it happen. But no one needs it. I mean, at
Right.
this point, the Northern Irish are going to be demanding that the unification take place. Yeah, they don't want to be part of that shit show that the British have turned the Isle into, and the British are still adamant about that. I mean, good God, they're like defiant. They're just like, this is great. Yeah, this is it's well, they'll find out soon enough. And of course, they'll just keep denying it, till the bitter
And I
end.
think Scotland, I mean, for sure is gonna
Oh,
join the European
oh
Union. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. They that's what they had wanted. The Scots were gonna secede anyway, and then
right.
then they got suckered into staying for.
They are the most, I would say, the most independent of the UK members. I would say, because the Scottish people, like, they even say they don't like the crown. Still, I mean, some of them,
Oh yeah, well,
the
of
ones I've
course.
met,
Oh yeah, of course. Well,
they're like more than willing to just go on their own.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, there's with all the history of
Yeah,
attempts at genocide. I mean, there's no reason for anyone to like the British. I mean, it's what I was saying about the Bajorians in the Star Trek universe. They're similar to the Asian Indians, and you've got this ancient civilization that had all these accomplishments, and then they're suffering under this white trash Raj, right? I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like that. But Gary State says yes, on Star Trek: The Next Generation, there was an Irish character named Miles O'Brien who married a Japanese nurse on the Enterprise. That's correct. Yes, I remember that. And there was even an episode in which they confronted the topic of racism, saying that she wasn't wanted to teach a certain class of alien kids because the alien race didn't like her race, but I think they were trying to say it was the human race as opposed to her Japaneseness. And aside from that, Vera says hi. Hey, Veronica. And Daniel says, I wasn't really a fan of Star Trek as much as my dad and brothers were, but I still watched it and enjoyed it, which made it easier to wait on the Benny Hill show that followed after that. Yes. And back in the 1980s, Dan Tana says, yes, we say hello here, but not in flesh space. So I say nothing to nobody. There we are. Okay. And
on a side note with the Star Trek, like when I heard you talk about how like you were connected to like Data, the character, I was like, my mind was blown. I was like, oh my god, it makes sense.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's one of
like
those...
it was really based off you. That's definitely
Yeah, it was one of those things like, even down to the physical characteristics because I was so pale at the time. Yeah, it was, it was, oh my God, what a time that was. And I'm not talking about it being fun either. It's just one of those things. And Dan Tana's bringing up the Turkish genocide, which is admirable. And then he brings up Professor Christopher Simpson with his Splendid Blonde Beast, Money, Law, and Genocide. By the way, the Professor Christopher Simpson, if I'm not mistaken, is this Jewish guy. And I may have called him up on the Coast to Coast AM. So there's audio record of my speaking to him more than once on Coast to Coast AM. I couldn't remember his name to save my soul, so I'm going to assume that this guy's got it right. And the author of The Splendid Blonde Beast, that was the book, one of the many books he wrote. But like so many Jewish people, and of course this is not universal, it's just like the thing about Jewish culture is that because it's so much smaller, because their population is so comparatively small compared to other baseline populations, the assholes really stand out. And you just tend to notice with the Jewish people that they churn out their share of assholes. I mean, oh my God, I'd have to say it was like 25 to 50% of the population. And this Christopher Simpson was one of them. Just another dumb shit asshole who there's two Jews that came on Coast to Coast AM repeatedly that would use the term Jap. And they would talk about the Japanese with this absolute bigoted ignorance, with their stupid World War II concept of the fantasy of what happened historically. In their case, of course, the fantasy of what happened historically, and it was beyond offensive. Anyhow, so Dan Tana is saying, what's going on with Sinn Féin? Are they planning an invasion of Bojo? And yes, that would be nice. We were just discussing that. And there we are. And Gary State says, the episode Chain of Command won some sort of award from Amnesty International for their portrayal of torture and injustice. Well, I'll be damned. There you go. And yes, I'll have to go into it more deeply in the near future and give some more analysis on that. And so then Karen says, oh yeah, the Sinn Féin are the change Ireland needs. Just diplomacy, no war. Yes, things changed after the deaths of McGuinness and Adams died, so did the bad old days. That's right. And I remember one of the heads of the IRA was quote unquote taken down by Christine Joanna Hart, where she had his son, had his love child, and then lured him into a trap where he was taken in by the British authorities. So she wrote about that in a book. Anyhow, let's see now. And Derek Talley here was talking about, of course, the singing of the removed stanza. Strosho 22 says spicy food is a month. Is robust. Also fermented foods. It must have been based on what you two guys were talking about.
What was it? Sorry.
Must have been. You guys were talking about food, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And
it's cleansing to eat spicy food, yeah.
Okay. And you guys must have been talking about air filters or something, because Henry Solstice is talking about the smoke buddy. Uh,
Yeah, that works. I mean, it's
okay.
like a carbon filter, and if you like, blow into it, it'll like clean the smoke.
Okay. And holy shit, the chat got disconnected. That's weird. I hope anybody can hear us. Can people hear us? We seem to
It's
be on.
still on. It's still on.
Okay. Yeah, and we still got people watching. Wonder what the fuck happened to the chat.
It could just be your page. I still see it. It's like,
But when you scroll down, do you see it says chat disconnected? Is maybe it's just my screen showing that? Is what you're saying? Are you
yeah, I
also
think it's just you because like we have a pretty recent one
okay? All
talking
right.
about energy drinks and the coffee we were just talking about.
Oh, okay, okay. So that's after what I can see. Yeah, because all I see is Henry Solstice saying smokebuddy.com, great product. So maybe he's
Your thing got disconnected.
okay. Then it got disconnected for me after
Try
that.
reloading.
Okay. Oh, you mean like refreshing the page? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'll try that. And thank you. Let's see what happens there. Oh shit! Yeah, there we are. And Lena Crane says, "Can hear you guys." Thank you, honey. And there we are. And Dan Tanner says, Otto Scorzani, Scarface, yeah, was considered by his biographer Glenn Enfield as the father of modern terrorism. I mean, well, all that's part of, in a sense, it's you could take that as a negative or a positive, right? I mean, and basically, I would say that they were intending that as a negative. But let's face it, the National Socialistes were pioneering in so many fields. They were that it was essentially the Nazis were the founding fathers of the modern age, really, in so many
Yeah,
ways.
and I heard you talking about Dresden earlier. I was gonna like just reiterate that.
Please.
I appreciate that as well because that was like important.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And okay, looks like I can go on from here. Both of you gentlemen are welcome to hang out and participate anytime you
Wait,
want.
before that was
Yeah.
do you think bringing up the Kansas City radio thing would be like, would that be good?
Oh, sure.
Where
I forgot what it was. Yeah, so
where
go
the
ahead, bring it up.
Russians were
Yes. Oh, by all means.
pumping
Oh,
their
please.
shit.
Yes. Tell us all about that. Yeah, by all means.
Yeah, because like I think that's pretty important because that's ridiculous. I mean, yeah, and I'm not really like
Well,
like
tell us what happened.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So basically, in this article I found it's called "Playing on Kansas City Radio: Russian Propaganda," and the subtitle is "Radio Sputnik, a propaganda arm of the Russian government," which that's totally true. Began broadcasting on 3 Kansas City radio stations during prime drive time. And in this article, it talks about how in Kansas City, basically with the last couple of years, since January 1st, actually, a company airing Sputnik in Kansas liked what he heard and started, this guy basically was paid by the Russians to do it. The deal was brokered by RM Broadcasting, a Florida firm, that hunts for airtime to sell to Rossiya Segundia, the Russian state media organization behind Sputnik. And this guy basically, they play the Sputnik lines on people's drive home from work to obviously corrupt people more. And one of the headlines was like, the reporter was saying he's reporting from in Washington, D.C. He's saying what is it? Like headlines, "Oh, I'm reporting from the divided states of America," and, like in English. And these people are, I don't know if you can make that more coherent, but while I'm looking at it.
And by the way, you did well. You did well, but you do seem like you're a little, how would I say it, altered. Have you been indulging in any of the that blue honey that
No. No, I'm really just tired, like super tired from working. I've been up since like 6 a.m, so I had to do that laundry and then
Oh, okay. Oh, that's it. Yes. Well, fuck. Yeah, that would do it to anybody. Oh my god.
Because I woke up at 6 to make it to the laundry place on time, and then I've been working since then. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes.
So yeah, if it sounded really mixed up, it's like, yeah, my bad.
Okay, no worries. No. I mean, basically what you have is right out of the heartland of the United States. You've got these Yeah, you got the fucking Russians just basically propagandizing and pissing all over America, saying to the point where they say this is the divided states of America. Just
Yeah, the
basically,
quote is live from Washington D.C., capital of the divided states of America.
yeah.
I mean, that's just offensive. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really offensive to
I
have.
don't think we can do that in Russia. I
Yeah,
doubt it.
no, you can't. And by the
Yeah,
way, yeah, any news source out of Russia is essentially state media these days. I
right.
mean, under Vladimir Putin, it's not like you have independent media under Vladimir Putin. It's all fucking state media, and so
RT has like a ton of money to hire like Larry King out of nowhere because like they barely advertise. Like they're obviously paid by the Russian money.
Of course.
Like there's no advertisements on RT. I'm sorry, anyone who watches it. Like obviously there's no advertisements.
Yes.
It's being paid for obviously by something.
The state. I mean, it's just state.
Exactly.
And it's and the fact that they're coming out of the heartland of America, propagandizing their bullshit, and the Americans just eat this up, and nobody is even aware, nor do they even care where the source of the sewer is sourcing from. That's spewing all the shit that they're swallowing. They just like the taste because they think it's like they think it's chocolate, and it's a situation where
it's just unfortunate because it's like. Like these people, like they might not even know that it's Russian. I mean, like,
I'm sure
like who knows? Yeah, like, but he's saying it will not only broaden our audience but give us valuable new experiences locally. This is the guy that's selling it. What he's saying, and his other cop out was that they were broadcasting in 90 cities worldwide.
Yeah.
Dismissing the quote-unquote absurd idea that listeners are the target of Russian election meddling.
There we are, just absolute fucking bullshit. and honestly, it's one of those things where I had it on the tip of my tongue what I was gonna say, but you just blew it out of my brain. I can't even honestly dredge it out of my brain anymore. Just how fucking stupid that is, and how offensive in so many ways, and just fucking wrong. It's satira. I mean, there's
And then on their website, it was saying, "We tell you the things that the liberal media will not," quote unquote.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
These fuckers.
Of course, they tell you things the liberal media won't tell you because everything they say is just shit, right? The liberal media is not going to say it because none of it is factual. It's that the Americans have learned to enjoy this shit, and they, if they had,
it's unfortunate.
Yeah, if they knew it was sourcing out of Russia. Not only would they not care, the overwhelming majority of them would become even more enthusiastic about it because they're so fucking stupid. They think, the Russians are our friends and they're telling us the truth, whereas our own government is the enemy. This is what you call insurgency. So this is the enemy. These many Americans who listen to that, they're the enemy. They're
and then they've already proven, I'm sure you spoke of it, but they've already proven that the elections are getting meddled with. I mean, it's like there's no question.
Yes.
Like how that app, the Shadow app that they sold to the Iowa caucus, and it like shit on their whole thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, come on. Like, I mean, obviously someone's messing with somebody.
Oh, of course.
Let's just say it's foul play already. I shouldn't point fingers. It's already foul play. Like,
Thank you. Yeah.
Like, something's up.
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, really what we're headed towards is, of course, civil war. And then, we'll have to just take it from there. A large amount of... Now, by the way,
no one's ready,
What's that?
I don't think anyone's ready for something on that level.
Yeah, I know. It was like I was talking to Brendan about that idiot Mike Ringley, who was a full-blown diabetic. And he was into survivalism and prepping for survival. I mean, there's no amount of insulin you could store. It goes bad after, even if you freeze it, it goes bad after a comparatively short period of time. And anyone who's a diabetic, you just have to commit yourself, invest yourself in upholding civilization, in maintaining civilization, because without civilization, you're gonna die. And with that idiot.
Well, most of those people that are against government, like, if we didn't have like some infrastructure, they would not survive. Like,
it's so true. Because they're all
but then they hate government.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
like,
They're all a
okay.
bunch of. Well, most of them are white trash on welfare. You know that. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. It's.
Right, and like unfortunately, I see it every day at like my job.
Oh yeah, tell us a bit about. I can't resist this. Tell us a bit about
Yeah.
the Walmart life. Tell us about the races you see with fat people on go karts and they're racing each other. Yeah, down the aisle and shit. And
Basically, they have over like almost 10 carts for like electric carts for like old people, because there's plenty of senior people that come in, but every weekend they get taken by all like these. I don't know how to be nice about it. Just these really fat people, and like, and it's like, to me, it's unfair to like the old people that can't walk, like, having to clutch onto a cart, like, and walk around. But it's like those other people, like, they could have health problems. I could be judging them, but for the most part, they're pretty healthy. They just don't want to walk around the store. So it's wrong. I mean, on so many levels.
Well, they're not healthy, but they're certainly lazy. Yes.
Right.
It's anyhow. It's but it's hideously funny. It's funny, but it's not.
It's just, to me, it's messed up because I'm into like health food, which is another reason why I'm looking for another job. I just don't feel ethically okay with it. But they're like going in there, and like these people can't even walk. Even just the people with regular health problems that aren't fat, and they can't walk, and they're going in and buying sodas and tons of. I know you don't mind the meat, but like tons of meat and sodas and junk food and Doritos. And like, I just really want to tell them, like, just eat better and you won't be so fucked up. Like, but obviously you can't do that, so it's like,
well, there's no point. And besides that, they deserve it.
and some people are more conscientious. I mean, like, they know what they're doing and they still do it anyway. I mean, but then other people, like, honestly don't know. I mean, don't know the difference.
Right. Yeah, definitely. It's just it's got to be depressing. I mean, just to look at that has got to be depressing.
It is, but it gives you perspective. I mean, like, like what all these companies are doing, and they don't really care because they're making money. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. No, I get it. And so Dan is bringing up some good points, and definitely. What's one of the things that he says here that, he talks about Otto Scarface Scorzani having a love affair with Evita Peron. So, yeah, no surprise. Yeah, no surprise there at all. And gentlemen, I'll start monologuing, and I, might need one of you to break. Now, you're going to be going to sleep soon, I would hope, actually, Brendan, right?
Yeah, I have to actually get off right now, but I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, well, I appreciate you being here. Believe me. Thank you. Love you like a son, and hugs.
And then just quickly before, I know we're on air, but like at some point, like, I was going to get ask you for information about like the Bundeswehr and its history, like in total.
Yeah.
Like, just some like highlights I can use.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I'll see if I can shoot.
And have you ever heard of hold on, sorry. Just to see if I can tell you about it, because you might know more about it. You don't have to go into it now, but it's called the the heck was it called? Okay, I can't find it right now, but I'll like text it to you at some point.
Sure. Okay.
It was like another name for the they were called like the Jaeger something. Jaeger.
Okay. And you're talking about World War II or modern?
It's actually modern, but it's like the German armed forces as a whole.
The German armed forces as a whole. That's right. The Jaeger. Well, Jaeger means hunter, of course, and you know that. But this Jaeger's usually affiliated.
Jägerfeld.
Feldjäger, because it's usually a term that's affiliated with elite units, and in terms of Feldjäger, I mean, I remember there was GSG-9 that
the Feldjäger is the military police of the Bundeswehr. I guess.
Right. Yeah. Okay. There we are. Germany's armed force. Right. Term Feldjäger literally
meaning field huntsman.
Field huntsman. Yeah. There we are. And
but anyways, yeah. So at some point, I would like to ask you about that. But okay, have a good night, everyone.
Yes. Thank you. Good night.
All right. Good night, Brendan.
Good night, Derek. And, nice talking.
All right. You too. So, yep. I have to do my treatments tomorrow at 8:00 in the morning.
Oh
so,
shit! Oh, you gotta get to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll hang out. I'll go on mute and hang out. If you need me and I'm up, I'll come through the rescue.
Oh, but go ahead and get some sleep. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. You can always catch the the audio later, but honestly, you should get to sleep now. Really, Derek. I mean, oh my God, and love you dearly, like a brother. And but if you happen to wake up, go ahead and check in. And you seem pretty good about that. Where you wake up at just the right time. If I do need you.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. Good night, everybody.
Yes. Good night. Dear Derek, we love you dearly. And all right, so both of those gentlemen are going to be taking off for now, and looks like everyone's stuck with myself. Now, some good news. We were talking about the Dresden firebombing, and it reminds me, of course, of the brush fires in Australia. So the good news is, such as it is that Australia's bushfires have finally been declared contained. Whether that's just a psychological maneuver or whether this is serious remains to be seen. But after the heavy rains put an end to months of devastating blazes, New South Wales now faces a Category 2 tropical cyclone named Wesi, or UESI. I believe that would be pronounced Wesi. And it reminds me that we've got so much yet to find out about what we've lost in Australia. Because as a Californian, I can tell you that we've still got a mounting indirect death toll from the 2018 campfire, the big Californian campfire that took place in 2018 that basically ravaged the state. Now, the embers of the 2018 campfire, the deadliest in California history, have long since been extinguished, but the fire's death toll, which has officially fluctuated between 85 and 86, has continued to mount. Now, you won't find the names of the what you would call I forgot what they have a term for this. The victims who die after an event. So these are like after event victims or collateral victims. You won't find their names in the official list of victims. But in a new report, the Chico Enterprise record identified at least 600 additional fatalities that medical experts and attorneys have directly linked to the campfire of 2018. Now, the fire itself was a case study in what can go wrong when a landscape that's prone to wildfire is disproportionately populated by those who be least likely to escape. When the fire hit in the 2018th year of our Lord, an estimated 25% of Paradise area residents were 65 years of age or older, all retirees, which is nearly double the percent of residents in that age bracket statewide. Now, many of the known victims were elderly. The continuing toll of deaths linked to the campfire has largely been composed of the elderly and already infirm who died in aftermath of evacuation and traumatic upheaval. In other words, the stress, both physical, mental, and emotional, took them out within aftermath of those who died physically burning alive in the fire itself. And because the blaze itself was sparked by poorly maintained PG&E, or Pacific Gas and Electric equipment, they too could be eligible for compensation, or rather their survivors, from PG&E's $13.5 billion United States dollar settlement with victims from multiple California fires. Now, reporter Camille Van Kaenel, surname spelled Kaenel,
A Report for America Corps member who covers campfire recovery for the Enterprise record compiled the list through wrongful death claims filed as part of the legal case against PG&E, one of our supermassive monopolies in the state of California for energy provision. So she compiled her list of 100 names from the PG&E wrongful death claims database. She would never have thought to do this were it not for the family that she featured in her original story. She met a woman named Tammy Strong through pursuing another story, and she was the one who told Camille von Kenau that she had filed a wrongful death claim for the loss of her son, Donovan Everson, who passed away shortly after the fire as an indirect result of it. And so she, Camille von Kenau, was looking for a way to somehow tally all these indirect deaths, because she knew that there were many, many indirect deaths out there we still haven't even begun to fathom. The advantage with looking at the wrongful death claims is that they've already been vetted by an attorney and a medical expert in cross-reference. Attorneys trying to make a case that these people died as a result of the campfire, so they've had to gather evidence making that connection with medical reference. So on the recommendation of some attorneys, Camille von Kamel, I don't want to butcher her name too much, Camille von Kenau, like in dog kennel, but a little bit of an accent there. This Camille von Kenau, I'll get it right yet, she searched for some key terms, again, on the recommendation of attorneys. And the key terms she searched out were like the estate of. And that might identify wrongful death claims in the database that she was working with. So she was putting all this into a spreadsheet and then cross-referencing it with the known list of 85 people that have been officially acknowledged as dying in the California campfire. Now, not all of the 85 were represented, but she eliminated them and then still ended up with 50 names, 100 names of deceased people whose families were claiming died as a direct result of the California campfire. Now, in her columns, she's quoted an attorney calling her list of 100 additional deaths but the tip of the iceberg. Now, you might ask, how is that? Well, anecdotally, there be people that she's spoken with who say their relatives died and not all of them were on the list. So she knows just from her reporting that there's people who are not on that list. And she suspects, as I do, that there are a lot more people who just didn't think to file a wrongful death claim or didn't want to go through the trouble of reliving the horror. It's what you would call a vetted sample that she's produced, but it's not the complete number, which would be perhaps impossible to ever figure out. So, in terms of the difficulty she encountered in determining what counts as a disaster death, and you might even ask why an accurate count matters. Well, she encountered it personally because people were asking her why she wasn't writing about their relatives who died as an indirect result of the campfire, and she didn't have a good answer. The Butte County Sheriff Coroner Corey Honea's position be that he's counting deaths that are close in time and location to the disaster. Those be his legal criteria, but he's investigated other cases as well. So this is all a widespread conundrum after all disasters. How do you tally the complications from the disaster, the collateral deaths and damages? The problem is that now this expanded death toll isn't being accounted for in emergency preparedness and plans for community resilience. And vulnerable populations are already sort of undervalued and undercounted anyway. So you have a situation in which, again, racism prevails. So she's got this unusual beat, Camille does, and she's been focusing on the aftermath of our state's deadliest fire. In terms of her day to day, she spends a lot of time in the community. Most days, she's in Paradise, California, or Magalia, or Concow, or even out in Chico or Butte Creek Canyon in the Burn Scar area. Even if she's not just working out of a coffee shop, she likes to be present on scene. She overhears things. Not everyone knows her face, but sometimes she's recognized, and people appreciate that visibility and presence. She tries to turn out daily stories, and then she tries to do deeper dives because that's her mandate as a Report for America Corps member. So, her deepest respect for myself, a shout out, and a blessed night unto Camille. And as for what this reminds me of, as I said, with what we've got going down here in California, all of the collateral deaths that obviously it's 2020 now, and that was like 2 years ago. You can imagine how long it's going to take to even get an inkling of what has gone down under in Australia. And there's going to be that death score is going to increase over the years as they and by that time they'll probably be suffering yet another season of nigh unstoppable fires. This is going to keep going until the Australians wise up and kill not just whatever prime minister they've got misleading them now, but Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch needs to fucking die. His son that supports him needs to fucking die. You can spare the one who says there is global warming and his dad's in total denial. He doesn't need to die. But the son who's going to inherit the family fortune does, along with Murdoch himself, because the son who's going to inherit the family fortune is inheriting it because he's keeping up his daddy's legacy of climate change denial. So that's the Murdochracy. And the Murdochracy has to fall if Australia is to live. I mean, the platypus is now on the verge of extinction. Someone was asking me about that episodes ago, several of them, and I didn't have an answer then. I do now. The platypus is definitely on the road to extinction, and what's happened with these fires has simply expedited that process. All of this reminding me of the Deepwater Horizon. Now, the Deepwater Horizon, of course, was this infamous oil rig. Give me a second here. Well, I quaffed some of that tea. And the catastrophic Deepwater Horizon oil spill that ravaged the Gulf of Mexico circa 2010 was actually about 30% bigger than originally thought. Now, this has been proven by a new study. This young lady named Alira Walker used to have a Facebook page dedicated specifically to afterlife in the Gulf of Mexico. She called it All About the Deepwater Horizon Oil Spill. Now, researchers have proven that layers of invisible and toxic oil that were not detectable by satellites made the spill much worse than it even appeared. And this oil was discovered by employing computer simulations, and the results prove that satellites and other observation equipment now in use is not enough to properly determine the magnitude of oil spills at all. The 2010 spill began after a deadly explosion on a BP, a British Petroleum contracted Transocean Limited Deepwater Horizon oil rig, and is considered one of the worst environmental disasters in American history. And that in turn, after we went from the fires into the frying pan, of course it's much worse than that. We went from the fires into what that frying pan turned the Gulf of Mexico into, which is just a giant toxic waste dump. It's pretty much conclusive that climate change is going to or is tearing Canada apart. Now, in consecutive victories for Canada's oil-producing provinces, Canadian courts have recently turned down challenges to a contentious plan to expand a major oil pipeline. Now, yestermencies, last month, the Supreme Court rejected a bid by British Columbia to block the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which would triple the flow of oil from the tar sands of Alberta to Canada's Pacific coast, allowing, in turn, more oil to be shipped to growing export markets in Asia. A similar legal challenge from indigenous groups, largely based on environmental concerns, was dismissed by a federal appeals court last week. That shows you that the fix is in. The court decisions be likely to relieve some economic frustrations in the oil-rich western provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan over Canada's efforts to reduce its carbon emissions in the face of climate change, but any reprieve will only be temporary. Canada has the world's third largest proven oil reserves, primarily located in the oil sands of Alberta and Saskatchewan. The realities of climate change have put Canada's federal government on a collision course with those regions, which want to guard economic interests that are tied to fossil fuels. With an emergent Wexit movement, West Exit, in both provinces, even advocating for them to secede over these economic and energy concerns, and Alberta's premier threatening to put a firewall between his province and the rest of the country, Canada could be headed towards a crisis of national unity. The Wexit movement is more of an expression of deep resentment than a practical proposal, since leaving Canada would keep the oil in those provinces landlocked. If independent, Alberta and Saskatchewan would have to rely on other jurisdictions, like Canada, to get their resources to international markets at all. Yet the resentment that Wexit taps into is serious, based on a sense that the provinces contribute disproportionately to the country's wealth, but are met with suspicion by many Canadians due to the nature of their fossil fuel industries. Alberta's Premier, Jason Kenney, frequently stokes these grievances by arguing that Albertans should not be made to feel unwelcome in our own country. Now, Canada, of course, has always been a country of deep regional divisions where provincial identity can take precedence over national identity. Provincial governments oftentimes try to defend their interests from perceived encroachment by the federal government in Ottawa. The sentiment has been most pronounced in largely French-speaking Quebec, where a separatist movement exercised considerable political influence until regional elections circa 2018, when the main separatist party, the Parti Québécois, lost dozens of seats in the provincial legislature. Now, Canada's oil-rich western provinces have tried to find ways to advance their own interests, even when they conflict with the Canadian federal government's authorities. Alberta, which produces more than 80% of Canada's crude oil, is currently trying to gain approval from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's cabinet to build a large new oil sands mine, a project that could prevent Canada from meeting its commitments under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. And Kenney recently warned in a letter to Trudeau that rejecting the mine could raise rolling Western alienation to a boiling point. Now, Western frustrations with Ottawa over energy policy date back to 1980, when then Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau Justin Trudeau's biological father, and legal father as well, established a federal framework for the country's oil and gas deposits, dubbed the National Energy Program. It aimed to ensure low energy costs for Canadian consumers, guarantee energy security for the country's industrial and manufacturing base, and redistribute the wealth generated from the oil industry to less prosperous parts of the country. But it proved deeply unpopular in places like Alberta and Saskatchewan, which believed that Ottawa was attempting to limit their ability to fully exploit their natural resources. Now, this disgruntlement eventually led to the creation of the Reform Party circa 1987, later branded or rebranded as the Canadian Alliance. The party came to dominate the western provinces throughout the 1990s, but as a party dedicated solely to the interests of that sparsely populated region, it had no appeal in densely populated Ontario and Quebec, and therefore no path to gaining power in Ottawa. The party was eventually able to take us over the remains of the Progressive Conservative Party, which collapsed circa 1993 to form the Conservative Party. The evolution finally gave the Western provinces a political vehicle to take power in Ottawa, which it was able to do under the leadership of Stephen Harper from 2006 through 2015. Yet, it remains a regional party pretending to be a national one. To become his prime minister, Harper convinced enough voters in Toronto's sprawling suburbs that their interests were tied to the, what should I say? It's, I would say that, they were tied to the resource extracting provinces in the West. Those interests of those visitors, those voters, I mean to say, in Toronto. Its suburbs in particular. And all these growing concerns about climate change have rendered that electoral strategy all the more difficult as far as I'm concerned. Despite winning every parliamentary seat bar, won in Alberta and Saskatchewan in last October's federal election, the Conservatives are still nowhere near being able to form a government. So these demographics have further fueled the resentments in Western Canada. Several recent laws passed by the federal government, which take its aim to address climate change and protect the environment, have also exacerbated grievances, I would say. The Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, for example, created an annually increasing tax on carbon emissions. The Oil Tanker Moratorium Act prevents tankers carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of oil from entering waters from the north of Vancouver Island to the border with Alaska. The Impact Assessment Act established a new series of environmental regulations around major infrastructure projects. The federal government is attempting a difficult balancing act between the need to address Canada's carbon emissions and the interests of an economically vital region that be reliant on the extraction of fossil fuels. When Kinder Morgan, the Texas-based infrastructure giant that owned the Trans Mountain Pipeline, threatened to abandon project in the face of stiff opposition from indigenous activists, environmental groups and the provincial government of British Columbia, the federal government stepped in to buy the pipeline. But that placed Ottawa in deeper bind. Extracting oil from tar sands is particularly destructive to the environment, yet any attempt to limit it will face fierce resistance from Western provinces. Now, as it tries to mitigate the dangerous effects of climate change, which include rapid coastal erosion and significant ice melts, the Canadian government is not just weighing environmental and energy security concerns. Canada also finds itself facing an additional and entirely different challenge from climate change, a threat to its national cohesion, brought on by petronationalists in the country's west. There be widespread recognition in Canada that no serious approach to climate change can proceed, sans a plan to diversify the economies of regions that, I would say, just depend on so much. Basically, how do I say this? There's widespread, with everything that's going on in Canada right now, it's, how would I say this? You've got this situation where you've got this these potentially breakaway provinces, and no serious approach to global burning can proceed without a plan to diversify the economies of these regions that are threatening Wexit, that depend on oil and natural gas. Because while renewable energy sources can help, they do not have the same geographic distribution as fossil fuels, which make it a seamless transition quite difficult. But when politicians in Saskatchewan and Alberta reject the very idea of an economic transition away from fossil fuels, it won't rule out a push for independence to resist it. Then the state is caught between two existential threats. One that could divide the state itself into smaller statelets, the other which would drive it to starvation. Now, the good news is, amid all this economic terrorism, is that coronavirus has cut oil demand growth. The outbreak is already slowing Chinese consumption, one of the main drivers of global oil demand, and the Internal Energy Agency forecasts a drop of almost a third. Oil demand this year will record the slowest rate of growth since 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus Diana Dietrich died, reflecting the impact of the coronavirus epidemic, the International Energy Agency said. The organization cut its 2020 growth forecast to 825,000 barrels a day from the previous forecast of 1.2 million, as the outbreak weighs on Chinese consumption and the global economy, collaterally to the damage done most specifically to the communist Chinese population and their guts. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an Aftermath tour, which you can try and find for yourself on theunfinishedman.com to get excerpts from the book that Peter Moon has turned in for publishing, and, of course, games he himself might be playing and needs a partner for. So let me take a look here. And just trying to catch up on some other things that have been happening with Mr. Reich's ability to just kind of go into these rest homes and the like, and ultimately, see people off in some cases, just the way he does. So, in terms of the Baron Ben specializing in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an Aftermath tour, see theunfinishedman.com. Scenes from some of the documentaries he's been working on, their film footage, also some of the just plain young lady in action who is represented by the cartoon character mascot of the cereal box that Charles Howard Smitty Schmid probably wound up on at some point. Well, a lot of the kids that went missing wind up on the back of milk cartons, at least. So you're going to see elements of that at theunfinishedman.com, as well as other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, all within the Baron Ben Estenius' repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com, Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. Or telephone the Baron Ben personally that he may make arrangement to guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, let me take another look at the live dashboard here for a minute, see what's up. And, all right. Yeah, Paul Nicholas says, can he use a tool? Well, I won't argue with that. Says, there you go. He says if FDR brought sheep here, people would fuck them for oil security. It's ridiculous. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nicholas. That's a good observation. Stro Show 22 says people here in Toronto do not have the same sense of urgency to address climate change. Warmer, lighter winter has reinforced some complacency. Yeah, that probably is because, the Australians burned up so much that, it's seeded the clouds. This kind of shit. Hopefully it'll help it rain in some of these vast desert areas that are desertifying our world. And hopefully it does so in such a way that the terrain still is recoverable for some kind of archaeology or something. So definitely appreciate Stro Show 22 bringing up what she did. Let's see if I can get into the rest of this for tonight, or decide on whether or not I'm just going to check out myself. As people can probably tell, I myself am pretty tired and exhausted. And it just was a hell of a day the day before yesterday. And just the nature of the beast when it comes to dealing with what I do. Now, in terms of where we're at, the European Union discussed COVID-19, which is now the formal name for that mystery virus. And with the disease spreading rapidly, the European Union health ministers, they all met in Brussels for emergency talks on Wednesday. And Germany has 16 cases of the novel coronavirus, the highest number in region. They're lucky it's just that. That same day, midweek, a fall in new cases raised hope in the virus outbreak in China. The Wednesday, health officials said that the number of new cases of the coronavirus in China dropped for a second straight day in a possible glimmer of hope amid the outbreak that has infected over 45,000 people worldwide and killed more than 1,100. But the number of old coronavirus cases in China surged on Thursday, before the weekend. And any hopes that the Wuhan coronavirus was slowing down were dashed after 242 deaths and 14,000 more cases of the virus were reported the very next day. Now, the spike that occurred is partly due to the fact that the doctors are now diagnosing patients based on their symptoms and not just the results of a test. However, the World Health Organization, the WHO, says it's not, well, rather it says it is common during an outbreak to adapt the definition of a case. A vast majority of cities have been confined to mainland China, but the World Health Organization has cautioned that at this stage, the virus would create havoc if it reached a country with inadequate medical infrastructure. So, several major events in Red China have been shuttered over virus fears, including Shanghai's Fashion Week and the Hong Kong and Singapore legs of the World Rugby 7 Series. And when it comes to the Tokyo Olympics, however, they're still on track for this summer. Hubei province alone added 14,840 cases on eve of Valentine's Day, then taking the total number to nigh 60,000 due to change in diagnostic criteria. And more officials' heads have been ruling as well, or rather rolling. And yet still, on Friday, the WHO said coronavirus cases are stabilizing. Now, all right. According to the global health body, the mortality rate and number of infections has not shifted, apart from the spike in Hubei province. More than 1,300 people have died from the virus, including 6 health workers in China. And since then, the novel coronavirus has infected more than 69,000 people globally, mostly in mainland China. The death toll is presently 1,669, including 4 people outside mainland China. So, all of these numbers were whittled down initially at first. They're now finding a way to get these numbers reinforced so that nobody can legitimately call themselves a viewer anymore in prison, the way you could carry out other charlatans who could walk through bars. So, let me take a look through the live dashboard again. And let's see, got some breaking news in there. And yeah, Paul Nicholas has got it right. And Stro Show 22 says, yeah, something about Toronto. There we are. Says a warmer, lighter winter has reinforced some complacency. Now, Peter Moon says, breaking news. It says, a doctor friend of mine has just reported that the mineral zeolite in a powdered form can cure the coronavirus in addition to many other maladies. I don't know if it is a specific form of zeolite, but He said it is a type found in Romania. He said more specific testing needs to be done. Okay, well, no kidding there. But glad that Peter told us. Thank you, Peter. Have a little bit of home away from home by feasting on that fish, your battleship you work on. Of course, I'm being facetious there. He doesn't have a battleship he works on anymore. Now, you might ask why there were so few reported COVID-19 fatalities on the Feast of St. Valentine's Day. The count was correcting after a massive spike in recorded cases, or reported cases. According to official reports, only 14 people died of the coronavirus COVID-19 on Friday, a drastic reduction from the roughly 90 daily fatalities that have been reported each day for the past week. But the sudden drop in deaths was directly the result of clerical changes in how Chinese authorities be reporting both confirmed cases and fatalities. They decided to include in their official tally cases that have been diagnosed by a doctor but not yet confirmed by a test, not a sign that the outbreak has suddenly tapered off. So on Thursday, health officials in Red China announced 253 fatalities and over 14,000 confirmed infections, a gigantic spike compared to previous days. The lower number of additional fatalities announced, but Friday into this weekend was almost certainly just correcting for that meteoric rise. And so for now, the COVID-19 outbreak has been continuing along its existing course. I'm so sad to report. Now, the U.S. military has issued executive orders to prevent COVID-19 as a pandemic. It's been said that we're taking all appropriate precautionary measures to prevent any potential spread of the virus. But American military leaders issued an executive order this week that mobilized the entire Department of Defense to prepare for a potential pandemic-level outbreak of the coronavirus COVID-19. The order was referenced in memos sent out to Navy and Marine Corps officials this week. It includes plans to impose a 14-day quarantine for service members who recently traveled to China, along with those who came into contact with them, as well as treatment plans for any confirmed cases. Now, last week, per many outside of the Military Times, where I sourced so many of these stories from, the U.S. forces in Korea, the USF Corps, or whatever they acronymize his name as, he being an Army General, Robert Abrams, has said, "We're taking all appropriate precautionary measures to prevent any potential surge of the virus. Keep everyone is now follow standard hygiene protocols. That's the key for everyone. Follow hand washing, etc. And if you're not feeling well, get screened as soon as possible." So, basically, last time I checked into this, the United States has only confirmed 15 cases of COVID-19. But with military outposts around the world, the Defense Department has issued sweeping, service-wide warnings and orders so that it can be ready in advance should the outbreak worsen. Mike Hatfield, a Navy lieutenant commander, told Military Times that the mobilization is not an indication that the outbreak is actually getting worse. It's just meant to make sure the military is ready just in case. So Hatfield so told Military Times, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim. He said, "As military professionals, planning for a range of contingencies is something we owe the American people. We coordinate with other combatant commands to assess potential impacts on the event in the event of a pandemic and we ensure the United States military is poised to respond as required. The military profession fosters a culture of planning, and the fact that we are coordinating planning efforts across the geographical combatant commands is consistent with how we prepare to respond if directed. Well, let's hope that all these people wind up getting employed by private factories and families, and they never get punished for their skipping their sleep time or initiating such. Because all that, of course, has got to be difficult. Now, Japan has logged in its first death linked with COVID-19. It was Friday into this weekend. A man in his 70s testing positive for COVID-19 after being treated at a hospital in Wakayama Prefecture, the workplace of a doctor who is also infected with the new coronavirus. And this news comes a day after Japan reported its first death linked to the outbreak, the mother-in-law of a Tokyo taxi driver who tested positive for COVID-19 himself. Those were two of the 3 new domestic infections announced Thursday, and not counting the growing number of cases aboard a quarantine cruise ship off Yokohama. In a major policy turnaround, the health ministry says that those aged 80 or older will soon be able to disembark the Diamond Princess cruise ship if they test negative for COVID-19. However, they will have to stay at lodgings provided by the government for now. And news that a quarantine officer who screened people aboard the Diamond Princess has tested positive for COVID-19 has sparked criticism over inadequate protection for medical personnel. The officer says he caught the virus despite wearing a surgical mask and gloves while aboard the ship, I meant to say. So, I might close off tonight by giving you the latest toll. China's patient count rose to 63,946, and the death toll reached 1,382. The number of infected doctors came as to light. More than 1,700 medics infected, half a dozen dead. And so, aside from that, let me check our live dashboard. I could also do a small calculation of the time here. 5, 6, 6, 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9. Yeah, there we are, 9 to 10. So I've been on 5 hours almost. And so Peter Moon says, I don't know if this is a specific form of zeolite. Says a type found in Romania. He said more specific testing needs to be done. Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that, Peter. Okay. Box Carcifer. That's an interesting name. And, yeah, he's promoting somebody. That's nice. That's, God, might want to get rid of him just for that. I mean, I don't know why his doctor, is so important to the numbers he's reciting, when anybody can find those numbers just by looking it up. Now, all right. What I'm going to do is call it a night. I'm going to wish everyone to investigate the fact that Mein Kampf, My Struggle Be Thy Known, contribute to my struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. My acknowledgement to Jonathan Warrington, George E. Knight, all our friends, Daniel Arola, and so many others. Peter Moon, of course, Gary State, my love unto all who support myself. Honestly, I'm exhausted all of a sudden. It was a pretty stressful last few days. And like the truck driver who's just gone too far, I don't want to crash into the state trooper. Gonna close it down for tonight. My love to all who sponsor and support me, and I do need sponsors. Both my computer and monitor need replacement, and I'm just so happy to have made it this far, thanks to the help of Derek Talley and Brandon Zoget. Gonna say goodnight to the lovely Selena Khan. And adore her. And of course, Lena Shea, if she's out there. Along with Sarah Shields. And of course, the wonderful Madame Kelly. Let me see if I got her name right. Going to the live dashboard here. Boxcar says most people are too stupid to look it up. Okay, I'll buy that. I won't argue that. So thank you for that info. Then that's cool. And Karen O'Connor, good night, dear lady. And Sarah Shields, blessed be the night. All right, I'm fading fast. Let you all go for now. I'm going to, retreat into the gentle night. And earliest I've done that in a long while. But it was one of those days, and oh my God, if Derek hadn't helped us out, wouldn't have made it as far as we did. I really didn't complete the arc of narrative as I would want to, but hey, we'll do a part 2. And we'll talk about China's decision to use morality as a weapon strategically, and how Germany could go one better now that China's been taken out, temporarily at least. And by temporarily, I mean China's been taken out for the year, at least, maybe trois. And it's going to take a while to restabilize. Indeed, it may not restabilize and may spiral into civil war. So we'll talk more about that potential due to coronavirus and the morality factor of moral superpower status China was trying to claim, and what Germany can do in contesting that. So I'll be taking that on Wednesday, Sunday now, so that'll be only about 48, 72 hours from now. I'll be talking to you again. And until that period of time, take care of yourselves. Thank you for being with us tonight. And everybody in the chat room seems like nice people in general. Brendan's still up. My God, why isn't that boy asleep? He's sending me something. Yeah, okay. There we are. Thank you, Brendan. And my best wishes unto all. Derek, Brendan as well, our brothers in battle. Gary States and all you men out there, Daniel Arola. Thank you for your patience with me tonight while I spaced out and slept talk. Instead of sleepwalk, I can sleep talk. But don't want to have you suffer that for much longer now. All right. Take care. I'm going to stop streaming.